Welcome to the west coast of America, where the California sunshine is beating down on us here at WeatherTech Raceway, Laguna Seca, as we are getting set and ready to go for the 2024 edition of the Rolex Monterey Motorsport Reunion. My name's Kev Harris, and I'm really pleased to say that I'm back once again, being joined by my co-host, the man who is a font of all things motorsport in the US of A, and indeed anywhere around the world for that matter, the one and only Mr. Johnny Green. Johnny, great to see you here once again. Great for both of us to be here, really, isn't it?
Hey, it's fantastic. We've been to Monterey many times, and we've seen this kind of festival, but there's never been anything ever quite like this. Celebrating 50 years of racing, and not just racing, historic racing, going back to 1974 when this event began right here.
And when you think about this, 1974, they were looking at historic cars back then, not just racing cars of the day, they were looking back in time then. How good's that?
I know. Well, of course, you know, here on the peninsula, racing started back in the early 50s with the likes of Phil Hill and Sterling Moss and Jaguars and so on. So, yeah, I mean, that history goes that far back, and Laguna has been part of that ever since. And the future's looking pretty bright, too.
Yeah, the future is looking really bright, because yesterday I was lucky enough to sort of be part or just witness a celebration here that was the handing over of the keys to the friends of Laguna Seca. So the trustees now of this great, motorsport facility that we all love, they're now in safe hands for the next 55 years, Johnny.
And that's huge. I mean, in motorsport, it's always hard to plan ahead. You never know what the future holds. But for this particular event and for the history of this part of the world, an American motorsport, frankly, is in safe hands right here at Laguna.
Safe hands indeed, and hopefully we're going to be a safe pair of hands as we bring you all of the action across the next 2 days. Live action with all of the classes, 13 different groups, and then moments in between the groups. Well, I'll be running around the pit and the paddock trying to catch up with some really interesting and exciting people to bring to you. Group 3 are going out first, Johnny, and in that Group 3, 1955 to 1967, small displacement engines. I think there's a car that was here 50 years ago.
I think there was. Back in 1974, one of the Alphas. I'll point you to it when I see it. But yeah, I mean, that's the beauty of it. We've got guys that took part in the event back in 1974, and also cars that took part in that event. So it really, truly is a fantastic, fantastic celebration. And just look what's behind us. This Bentley from 1924. I just fell in love with that. Was one of my table mats when I was a kid.
Just to say, we weren't here in 1974. We haven't been here for 50 years. You may think otherwise. We were up at 5:30. Listen, Johnny, you've got to run off and go and get in the commentary booth. Group 3, then I'm going to let you go and get set for that. And have a great day. I'll see you a little bit later on.
John Morton Trophy is the first one coming up. Yep, I'm heading to the booth.
Right, there goes Johnny. He's just running across, up the way up there. But this event just simply wouldn't happen with a whole army of people to make it happen. And the man that's kind of in charge of the army, if you will, is stood just across the way over here. Let's welcome in Barry Tupke. Barry, great to see you here. I think you're Director of Heritage Events at WeatherTech Raceway. You've done it again, mate. What a great collection of cars you've put on show.
Yeah, it's exciting that, to celebrate 50 years of historic racing here in Monterey, the event that really started it all as a public event. It used to be just club racing, so now we're selling tickets and sponsorships. But this exhibit behind us celebrates all the past featured marks. We have 29 cars in here, but some of them were featured marks, 3 times in over the 50 years. So we're excited about showing the history, showing the cars, the legends that have been here, and really celebrating motorsports.
Well, that's what it's all about. It's a celebration of motorsport, and what better place to do it. And as I said to Johnny just there, I witnessed yesterday a little bit of history. You handed over the keys to the friends of Laguna Seca. That was a great presentation, wasn't it?
Oh, it's exciting times, because now the future of Laguna Seca, sometimes people say, oh, Laguna Seca is going to close down, it's going to become housing. Absolutely not. We had a repave last year. We have a new Mission Foods start-finish bridge. So the county invested. The county of Monterey is still the landlord, but now we have a bright future of fundraising and reinvesting into this facility.
Yeah, and this event just goes from strength to strength. Rolex have been looking after it since 2010, and I've been here now 3 times. I think every time that I turn up, you guys are just making it look glossier than ever. It's a really great event. But as I said there, it's an army of people who make this happen, isn't it? It's not just yourself. You're kind of steward of all of these people.
Yeah, we have a very small staff of only about 35 people on staff here at WeatherTech Raceway Laguna Seca, but we have hundreds of volunteers. And without the volunteers, this place would not be able to run like it does now. So we want to have a great experience for people, bring them in, have fun, maybe get hooked on motorsports, but also just have an experience of entertainment.
Brilliant. An experience of entertainment and motorsport. That's what we've got coming up. Barry, thanks so much. Have a great weekend. I know you're very busy, so thanks for talking to us. We're going to go straight away now then up to the commentary booth, because Johnny has made it there. Group 3 then are out on track. You can hear them. 1955 to 1967. What an era. Johnny, over to you.
Thank you very much indeed, Kev. We'll be hearing from Kev at Rep Day, and as always here at Monterey, we will also try to induct many of the greats that have been part of this huge celebration since 1974 to just join us, come and talk to us, and tell us about their cars and tell us about their experience at this amazing event. For now, though, a bit early for guests, so we'll head to the John Morton Trophy Race 1, and as Kev says, 1955 to 1967. And what a fantastic era this truly is. And this year, if you're familiar with the Rolex Reunion, you'll be aware that over the years we've celebrated different marks over that 50 years. But this year, something slightly different to celebrate the 50th. We're going to celebrate some of the names that represent those eras, and that's why we start with the John Morton Trophy. So we've got names like Parnelli Jones and Mario Andretti, corners named after them, one coming up, of course, named after the Andrettis. But each group will be named after a, if you like, iconic American racer. And John Morton, definitely, when it comes to SCCA small displacement production cars, is one of those. He started out going to Road America in 1957, got the bug, bought himself a Lotus Super 7, followed by a Lotus 23B, so very similar to the cars you see out here today. And then in the early 60s, John Morton drove, or was put together actually, by Parnelli Jones to race what was, well, he raced with Peter Brock after that, but he drove with Ken Miles at Sebring in the prototype 427 Cobra, did John Morton. And, well, from there on in, he just pretty much did everything. Drove with Peter Brock, as I said, with the BRE team, and then went on to race 5000 Can-Am. And in his history, 24 hours of Le Mans 9 times, won his class twice, and then did 3 years in IndyCar. And one thing I notice about all of the groups being celebrated this year is the all-round nature of every driver we will honour this weekend. John Morton, just the first of many. Grove went on to drive in the 80s the likes of the Group 44 Jaguar team with Bob Tullius. Took part in its last race at Riverside. But here we go. The Morton Trophy about to get underway. And a huge group, once again, of some 35 cars involved in this. The entry list for this weekend has been scintillating. So many people want to be part of a half a century of historic racing, started by Steve Earle back in the day, and now going as strong as ever. As we just saw a quick shot there of the number 22, that's David Lalonde in the Porsche 356 Speedster from 1957, an absolute classic, coming out of 10 now as we get ready. The pace car will come off the grid, and it's led by Gunnar Jeanette, a familiar name to historic racing here in the USA from Florida. He's in the Abarth from 1964 in the number 67. He'll lead him away from Cameron Healy in a Cooper Porsche Pooper. Hence Porsche and Cooper. So you get the name Pooper. Away we go. Green flag waves then, and we are underway for a celebration of half a century of American racing, which includes every nation that you can think of that has ever had a design or an innovation in a car, from Europe to Japan and all points in between. But of course we start off with what was the European invasion in many ways into American racing. These small displacement cars certainly punched above their weight and made a name for themselves in the early days of the mid-50s and early 60s. As I mentioned at the top there, of course, bigger cars like the Jaguars, 20s came with the likes of Sterling Moss and Phil Hill, the local man, in the Pebble Beach races that began in 1950. And that's what started racing here on the West Coast. But of course, after a few years of that, racing through the trees and down the major roads near Pebble Beach, it's deemed a little bit too dangerous to go that fast around, especially when the likes of Sterling Moss were taking on the likes of Phil Hill, the first ever world champion from the USA in Formula One. And so Laguna Seca was invented in many ways to effectively fill that gap where the road racers didn't, and Laguna Seca came to be, and we've been racing here ever since. And so many of the models and marks that you will see today made their name right here on this very location and outline. Not been changed. We've had some improvements and some upgrades, but the track itself has remained very much the same. That's Alec Hugo in another 356B from 1962. All these cars beautifully presented. One of the rules here at the reunion, and I say one of the rules, it's the rule really, is the authenticity of these cars. They are absolutely as in period, or they're not racing. It's as simple as that. And even cars that may have changed a radiator or something and aren't quite to spec, they will be moved into a class that is more to the original. A lot of the cars have taken part in this event over the years, so many of them return. There's Ragtime Webster, who's been a long time member of this fraternity in the number 49. It's the 1960 Porsche Abarth Carrera in the silver and orange, you see, going through the shop right now. There he is. Yeah, Ranson's been competing at many of these events. Currently in 8th position, and the race at the moment led by the 63 that started 3rd. That's John Storer and Mike Sweeney in the Ginetta G4R from 1966. That's your lead at the moment. And Ned Spiker was one of the best starters, up in 2nd place. Now, that was the man I was looking for, Marnix Delineus, driving the number 23, 1964 Alfa Romeo TZ. Was here in 1974 at the first ever reunion. And he continues today in that number 23. Beautiful. Ned Spiker up to 3rd place, Walton 4th, man Nakamura in 5th. And we've got a mixture of celebrity names from the world of motor racing that enjoy their historic racing. Jenson Button will be here this weekend, Takuma Sato, Kaz Bell, several others will bring into focus as the weekend goes on. But it's interesting how the likes of Jenson Button, who will be here in a few weeks actually, or at least here racing in the States in the World Endurance Championship in Yells Porsche. Here racing historics this weekend. He shot now, number 50. That's Tyler Hagan, 356 Rosa from 1960. A bunch of Porsches out here, beautiful to see. And Andrew Larson there in the 1957 356A. So we've got a predominance of 356 Porsches, but that is the era, so no surprise. And look at this gaggle going down. The famous corkscrew here, 5 floors it drops down, and actually television belies just how steep it is. I've walked up and down it over the years in various different guises, from motorcycle racing to car racing, and it really is impressive. And that drop down to the rainy curve, and then this famous turn 11, which is tricky, as you can see, and the car spins. Oh, please, let's everybody avoid him. That's a very tricky place, and maybe just early morning cold tyres, but he's been out a few laps, and I think he just got on the pedal a little early. But luckily, everybody's seeing him, the flags, and the marshals doing their job as he tries to right it, because these cars are, he does right it, thankfully. These cars are so special, and nobody wants to harm them. There's so much history.
There's the 64 Alfa Romeo Tizzy I mentioned, just going through shot, followed by the 83. And that's Greg Powell, who's had a great start in the 58 Morgan. That's the number 83, just going through shot. Turn 3 and 4. And the little kink, and then the left-hander that leads up the hill. Storied names like Andretti and Rahal. Of course, the corkscrew, the most famous corner, I would argue, in motor racing. Side-by-side action. Michael Sweeney there in another one of the 356B Super 90 from 1963, going side-by-side up the hill towards the corkscrew. And that 171, Kevin Adair, another famous driver of historics here in the States, done many events, and he's in that 1959 Austin Healey 3000. He's ducking in there in third place. There he is. And as you can see from the drone, the lead part of the field starting to move forward. They'll all get 2 feature races throughout the weekend, so they'll go back, and of course, over 500 cars involved. Not 500 drivers, I may add, although not far off. Several drivers will take part in different groups, and I think that's the beauty of these events, is that many of these drivers will come each and every year, but drive different cars. Some of them are owners, some of them are just mere drivers that get a chance to drive their owners' cars. Sometimes the owners sit in the stands and enjoy it. Other times it's just a case of they've been on the circuit of historics. The historic scene, especially with European and Japanese cars, is incredible here. I've lived here for some 20 years or so. The amount of British cars that I see at historic events is incredible, to be honest. But it makes sense that on the West Coast and on the East Coast, back in the early days of the late 50s and early 60s, importers were desperate to get into the United States. And what better way than to show off what these small displacement cars could do than come race them at Riverside and Bridgehampton and Laguna Seca. Back then, Sears Point, Sonoma. So Storer in the Ginetta, still leading in that 1966 G4R. There's the 718. We'll try to give you a glimpse of all 35 cars. That's Daniel Swartz in the Turner 950S from 1958, just going through shot. And this is the John Morton Trophy, as I mentioned. Now, the Ginetta leading is the last of 15 G4Rs produced. This car was raced for 15 years in England in club sport racing, and it was brought to the States in the late 80s and restored to stock specification and has been on the West Coast vintage racing ever since. Its big accolade was it went to the Ginetta Reunion of 2006 in that car. So take a look at the 11. John Ganaway in that 1961 Triumph TR4. And that car was raced again in SCCA in the Southeast in the late 60s and throughout the early 80s, all the way through to the early 80s, I should say. It also raced in HMSA and CSRG and raced here at Monterey just a few years ago and has also raced at the Velocity Invitational. There's Hugo in the 491, just going through shot. Alec Hugo in that 356B from 1952. Oh dear. Now, that's the wrong way to be. It's the 22 of Chris Mayring in that speedster. Now, he's on the gravel, or he's certainly off track, but it doesn't look as though it's a place where he can't get it back on track. Not sure what happened there to the 22, but at least he's in motion. That raced up in the Ohio region in SCCA back in the early 60s. Did that 22 that you saw stranded there for a moment. And has numerous race wins to its name. And was restored and participated in this event both in 2016 and 2017 by George Batcave. So Jeanette, who started in pole position, now in second in that number 67. In the Abarth Simca Emilia Corsa. And there are several names like Gunnar Jeanette that you'll hear throughout the day. Younger than perhaps some of the historic drivers that continue to do the rounds each and every historic race, but guys like Gunnar who also get to drive some of the more powerful IMSA and Le Mans type cars. I've seen Gunnar drive all sorts of fantastic 917s, GT40s, you name it. And so far, so good for Storer. Jim Storer in that Ginetta. And here's Robert Stoker in the Giulietta Spider. Currently in 8th position is Stoker. And that's a 1956 Alfa Romeo Spider. Originally it raced on the East Coast. He actually did the Carrera Pan America, did that Porsche in 1964. Beautiful. The history of each and every car is absolutely fascinating, from the owners to the restoration and to the love and care that each and every one of these owners has put into these cars. It's an astounding feat when you consider we're not just celebrating racing, as I said at the start, the checkered flag is out. We're celebrating historic racing of 50 years. Checkered flag then out on our Group 3. Storer taking the victory over Jeanette and Healy. And so it is the little Ginetta G4R 1966, like we said earlier. One of very few, just 15 currently. Like I said, it took part in the Ginetta Reunion in 2006. Jeanette taking second place, having started pole in the Abarth. And third place goes to Healy. In fact, I think Healy's replacing another driver that may not have made it here in time. Of course, this event itself is just the end of what has been a fortnight of celebration, not just here at Laguna, but throughout the area, from Salinas to, of course, Carmel by the Sea and Monterey itself, Concours d'Elegance, and so many other great events. So they've been partying on the West Coast for the last 2 weeks. And so it's been a busy couple of weeks to celebrate the 50th reunion. And that wraps up our first group, which is the Group 3 John Morton Trophy cars from 1955 to 1967, small displacement production cars. So we'll take a short break and we'll be back with our next group action very soon. Stay with us here at Laguna.
What path do you take? Out here, it's a whole world of paths. Now, if you ever find yourself stopping in your tracks, well, we think that's a good thing. Because that is where the right path can lead. This is Monterey County. Find your way here.
My dream has always been to compete at the highest level. Not for the love of fame or what comes with it, but to continue my family's legacy. On a team that puts winning in the driver's seat. Introducing the Acura Integra Type S HRC prototype. Born to win, just like me.
The feeling is electric. There's a buzz, an energy, a vibe. It doesn't matter what they did last time out. It's all about this race. Inches from the ground, inches from each other. Full send every lap. Now you might not know what's gonna happen, but on any given race day, you'll wanna find out.
The NTT IndyCar Series returns to WeatherTech Raceway Laguna Seca on July 27, 2025.
What path do you take? Out here, it's a whole world of paths. Now, if you ever find yourself stopping in your tracks, well, we think that's a good thing. Because that is where the right path can lead. This is Monterey County. Find your way here.
So, I've been working with Piloti for quite some time now. Working with them, it feels like being part of such a dynamic team. I mean, directly compared to normal shoes, what you instantly feel is you have way better pedal feel. I feel extremely humbled because getting to drive a car like this is something so unique and so special to me, and it just sparks pure joy and energy. Like, in the morning you're tired, you didn't have coffee, you get in this car, like you turn on the ignition, it fires up, and you're like, boom, okay, that's it. I'm up for it, I'm pumped, let's bring it on. And it's just pure joy, excitement and energy to drive such a special car like the GT Tour S.
Welcome back to Laguna Seca WeatherTech Raceway here on the west coast of California, where the sun is still beaming. What a great opening race that was as well. Next to go out on track then, Group 6, the Ken Miles GT collection of cars, and I'm just standing alongside Chris Baton, who's lining up in position number 5, car number 8, a fellow Englishman abroad as well. How about that? Chris, great to see you here. Your first time at the Rolex, I understand.
Yeah, absolutely. First time over here at Laguna Seca. It's something that's been on the bucket list for many, many years as an historic racer, and finally we got here. We shipped the cars over about 6 weeks ago, and it's lived up to every expectation. It's fabulous.
Yeah, a lot of planning goes into events like this. Coming from the UK, you got a plan to get your car here 6 weeks ago. Tell us what you put on the ship then. What's made it here?
We brought this, and we brought a Lola T70, which is in the next race. Straight away after this, unfortunately, so that'll be a baptism of fire out of this into that, which is two very different cars.
So is this your first time racing around WeatherTech Raceway Laguna Seca then?
Yes, it is. It's been absolutely amazing. I've done some racing in the States over there on the East Coast, Sebring and Daytona, but never on the West Coast. It's fabulous, and the weather, of course, it just makes it so easy.
Living up to your expectations, because I understand you race historics in the UK, you've been to Goodwood and the like. How does this compare to that?
It's very different. There's a great atmosphere, great vibe here. There is in the UK, but there's a very friendly vibe here. All the competitors are friendly, chatty, want to know what you're doing, where you're from. So there's a really good atmosphere, really good.
And you're lining up, like I said, where are we? We stood here on 5th on the grid. Ahead of you in pole position, Jim Farley is there, the CEO of the Ford Motor Company. How about that?
And it's pretty quick as well. You look at the lap times, I think that's not for me. I'm hoping to get on the podium. That's probably the best I can hope for if all goes well.
Because this is historic racing, it's gentlemanly racing, because your car is absolutely immaculate. You want it to finish that way as well. But when you get behind the wheel, you're still a race car driver, right? You still want to put your name on the top of the timesheet. Absolutely,
we all do. But we all respect one another's machinery and one another. You know, motor racing is a dangerous sport, and these are old cars, so they're raced 100%, but with one eye on safety, of course, first and foremost, which is great.
Brilliant. Okay, well, I think you've probably got to get your race helmet on, so we might just take a look at you while you do that. We might get a look at the car, because it's absolutely stunning. Chris, of course, here he is, car number 8. We've got this 1964 Sunbeam Le Mans Tiger in green. Johnny, when you start commentating on this when we're up in the booth, it looks absolutely stunning, I have to tell you. It's immaculate, it's immaculate. I'm going to take a little walk to the front of the grid then. I wonder, let's go for a little stroll. I'll come on the front here, because I can actually see Jim Farley in car number 1. We'll try and get a word with him, head of the Ford Motor Company. And here's our man as well. Hello, sir. I'm just going to step in here. I'm going to speak to you later, sir. Good friend of historic racing. Jim, I've got to get the mic in under you here, sir. Great to see you once again. You've put it on pole. How about that?
Yeah, not bad for a CEO.
We met last year, and I said to you, many people would think the CEOs are on the golf course at the weekends, but you're here at the front of the pack. How are you enjoying your weekend?
Oh, it's great. Great to be here, and I'm racing against a great Corvette with a young guy driving, so what could be better, right? Yeah, we're having a good time. Thanks for all the coverage you guys do.
Thank you for coming, and thank you for all the people that bring these cars out. 50 years they've been doing this in Monterey. 1974 was the first historics. I mean, it's incredible, isn't it? And the event just goes from strength to strength.
It does, you know, and I have a Lancia B20 that raced here originally, and you know, so much has changed, but not much has changed in a way. It's great to be here. It's a beautiful day. It's not foggy out, and I know the coverage is going to be awesome.
The pictures look phenomenal. They look $1 billion, but I mean, it's the backdrop. It's the sun shining on California, which you know well. It's something else, isn't it?
Yeah, I saw Pierre Fignot, the ACO president, and yesterday, and he goes, "I've never seen so many American cars." I said, "That's the whole point, buddy."
Great to see so many enthusiasts here as well. Events like this, as we move to the future of automobiles, events like this where we champion the past, they're going to just become more and more important, aren't they?
Yeah, we have the GTD here, a BMW, Porsche, all the OEMs are coming. This is a place to meet our customers, for them to see the future product. We revealed the Navigator yesterday. I mean, this is what it's about now. It's actually more work than fun now for car guys like me, because it's a real product. This is a moving car show.
And when it comes to GT racing, like you just mentioned there, last year we were talking about the GTD, but Ford are in great health, aren't they? And, enjoy.
Back in a big way, we got the Mustang Challenge. You can buy a Dark Horse R as a track car. We got our 45,000 people going to our driving school. I mean, we have a whole ladder. We're going to give Porsche a run for its money.
Jim, enjoy your ride. Go well. We've got our eyes on you. Good luck, my friend. There we go. I think we'll hand to Johnny. We'll go straight to Johnny in the booth for this one. Let's go racing.
Perfect stuff. And you know what, Jim Farley, whatever you prefer, but summing it up nicely. And he absolutely is a CEO doing it right. And there are so many others. Zach Brown, just another one, CEO, of course, of McLaren Formula One and McLaren Racing. And, of course, racing in IndyCar and in Formula One. And really at the top of their game in both now, I'm glad to say. And what about the future of Ford? I'm sure he enjoys going historic racing every weekend because I see him out at most of the events, does Jim Farley. But he probably knows that he can't get an email while he's driving these historic cars or a phone call. So he's out of harm's way because it's a busy time for Ford returning to Formula One. He mentioned the Challenger Series and, of course, that Ford Mustang Challenge will be at Coda in a few weeks as part of the World Endurance Championship. And, of course, Jim, in an original 289 Cobra that has competed at this event many times before, but not often seen, James, on pole position, so good on him. But he is a regular to historic racing, and talk about walking the walk and talking the talk. But as he mentions, that's how historic racing has now come to fruition in many ways after 50 years. It really is a B2B because it's a relaxed weekend. You get a chance to drive an exotic car, but also there is time in the hospitalities and between group racing to perhaps do some B2B business. So I know Adrian Newey's been here back in the day. Loved driving his GT40 around here, and so many other people involved in the business of motorsport all come here. I mentioned Zach Brown. Well, there are many other luminaries, even a man running for president. We'll talk about him later. But what a wonderful shot from high above as we get ready for the Ken Miles 60 GT, the 60s GT Trophy. This for SCCA large displacement production cars. And if you will, this is that period between 1955 and 67 where it really kind of took off racing here on the West Coast. I mentioned the Pebble Beach races from 1950 to 55. Well, once they got Laguna Seca up and running and other circuits like Sebring and so on, the racing here in both California and around the United States really came into its own. And as we saw in the previous group, a lot of cars from Europe in the early days, small displacement, and then these big displacement sort of replies to that with the Cobra. Carroll Shelby, Ellie Jones, great names of the past, all taking part back in the day. And as he said, yes, never seen so many American cars. Well, that's the beauty. Well, guys, I said I'd be joined as the day goes on and as the weekend goes on by various folk who have been a part of either racing, purveying the racing, being part of a family of racers, and just damn well enjoying being part of what is a famous event. Bobby Aitken joins me, and Bobby, we've kind of crossed paths over the years many times. I know the name, and obviously Brian Redmond is high in my family's book of great names that have been part of motorsporting. Big family friend of ours, but so too yours, your family.
Yeah, Brian and Marion are dear friends, and I've had the privilege of knowing Brian since I think I was about 8 years old, and they've spent many great times with the Redmonds at tracks all over the world, and also some of my favorite times with Brian actually at our house out in Montauk Point. He and Marion would come and spend a week every year, and it was just wonderful.
Yeah, it seems ironic. I was talking to him briefly recently, and we were laughing at the fact that he's done all these dangerous races over the years in the most dangerous times of the 70s, and has written a book about it as well.
Yep.
And yet we almost lose him in a hurricane.
Almost. Yeah. Well, we did lose him. They couldn't find him
for days. And
Marion couldn't find him, and you mentioned he got hurt in some pretty nasty wrecks and stuff.
He did.
But one of the worst accidents he ever had was trying to go surfing in Montauk, and the board flipped up and hit him in the nose and broke his nose.
As much as it's only when you get to know someone like Brian that you realise that as great as and as revered as I've been to Le Mans with him, carried his helmet and all that, but as great as he is and revered as he is in the world of motorsport, he's just a normal guy.
Absolutely, just like the rest of us.
Just like the rest of us.
Probably should stay in his lane.
Yeah. Bobby, what's your history with racing on the West Coast, first of all, and this particular event?
Yeah, I mean, I'm older than dirt now, but I've been coming to this race for a very long time. My dad, my mom, and my older sister, we loaded his 1959, I think, Lotus 11 in Terrytown, New York, on an open trailer behind our Pontiac station wagon, and we drove across the country. I think I was 8 years old. We drove across the country for him to compete in the second annual Monterey Historic Car Races.
Wow, in 75.
And in 75. And then he came out here and he was thoroughly beaten by Chris Cord in a birdcage Maserati. And he was none too happy about that. So he immediately started working on trying to find a car that could beat a birdcage. And he found a Cooper Monaco that had a 2.5 liter Climax engine in it. Most of them were Maseratis in the day, but this was a 2.5 liter Climax that had raced in Buenos Aires, and he built that up over the course of the year. We loaded it on the trailer, we towed it back across the country, and sure enough, he won. So that was revenge, and really was a special time. And so then we came to a few of them. Then he stopped, and I got into the television business, and we were launching Speed Vision at the time, and I went to my boss, Roger Werner, and I said, hey, Roger, I think we should do Monterey. And I called Steve Earle, who was the guy running it at the time, and said, hey, Steve, what do you think about doing some TV? And he thought it was a great idea. And so I did basically what you guys are doing now for almost 20 years or so.
Which was an important time, because had it not been for that coverage, and I know that Speed Vision is still currently working in Formula One with Bob Varsha, who was probably there and probably part of your team at some point.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I mean, Fox had some time with it as well, but it is an important part. You can have an event, but if a tree falls in the forest and nobody hears it, it's the old story. So
yeah, absolutely
thanks
right.
to people like yourself who were mavericks in the day, because I would have thought back then people said, historic racing, is that gonna work?
Yeah,
on
I tell
TV?
You, nobody really thought it was gonna work, to be honest. And but the cars are amazing, and there are so many great stories with each car. And whether you're talking about the Brian Redmonds of the world, or the 3.0 CSL that's here that he and Peterson drove, there's so many stories about those guys, and those stories live on, and so people love it.
Yeah, and it really truly is the history, and it's not like we're just talking about the history, we're showing it. These are the original cars. And we now start our Ken Miles 60s GT Trophy. And for those of you who recognize the name and perhaps thinking to yourself, where do I know that name from? Well, he's come into fame in recent years because of the Ford versus Ferrari movie, which was effectively about him and his endeavors to help Ford build their famous car that won in 1966. It should have been a win for him, and in fact it would have been a triple crown for Ken Miles back in 66, having won Daytona and Sebring. But unfortunately, the PR companies, they always get
politics.
Yeah. They wanted a photo finish, and Ken Miles was denied. I have to say, when you really hear the truth, the film makes it look as though he kind of went, okay. But really, I'm sure he still was probably quite bitter about it.
Yeah, absolutely. He got robbed for sure, and he was none too happy about it. But I'll tell you, he is one of one of the great unsung race engineers, drivers that ever lived, and I was really happy to see how he was overall portrayed in the film. You know, there was some talk in the early scripts apparently that he was kind of going to be placed as the bad guy and a villain, and I'm glad they treated him with the respect he deserved.
Yeah, and you know, Ken Miles, if you think about why we're here and what we're talking about, somebody spun around at the top of the sports car. That's not good. That's not good. He's at least in a position where nobody should go near him. But yeah, Ken Miles was the epitome of fitting in here in America, coming from, you know, Birmingham in England and Solihull and that part of the world, which of course was a major part of the British motorsport and motoring industry back then. It's where I grew up. Yeah, I mean, but he came here, and because he decided, you know, he calls himself a mechanic and said that the driving was for a hobby. But when you see who he raced against and for and alongside, Bruce McLaren, Chris Amon, you name it, he was more than just a mechanic.
Absolutely. I had the pleasure of meeting his son here many years ago, but it was we had a bit of a bond on both losing our fathers in motorsport and continuing on to still love motorsport. And I sat with him for a couple hours and just heard some of the stories about the family and Shelby, who we both knew at the time. It was pretty special.
Yeah, no question. So tell me about your father's career.
So my dad really started racing at a very young age. He was racing a Veloci Spider back in the day, and had an old Thunderbird that he raced, and raced in places like Marlboro with the likes of Roger Penske, where they drove there and taped over their headlights and went racing. And was very close friends with Peter Revson, and if Revson had his way, I would have never been born, because he's like, Bob, we got to go to Europe, and my dad said, well, Peter, I got to go earn a living. I got a job, right? You know, Peter didn't have that burden of reality, so he had to give up racing for quite a while. But then he started vintage racing again in the 70s, and he got hooked up with Steve Earle, who was the original founder of this event, and they bought a car together and ran Daytona in George Dyer's old 911 RSR, and they finished 5th. And then they went to Sebring and finished 4th, and then they went somewhere else, and all of a sudden these two guys who had really never done anything serious were leading the World Endurance Championship. Wow. And it went on from there, and ran IMSA for many, many years, and probably arguably the most iconic livery Porsches in motorsport. The Coca-Cola Porsche team was amazing.
Well, they're not holding back coming out of 11, that's for sure, here at Laguna Seca. A lot of people say, are they racing? I'm like, yeah, when they're getting out of sideways like that, they're racing hard. And it's great to see.
Absolutely, and seeing that Cobra up there is pretty special. So
that was 79 Forest Straight in that Ford GT350 from 1965, just going through shot there. Jim Farley still leading. I don't know if you heard, but we interviewed Jim just a moment ago, but he summed it all up. You know, he goes, it's now becoming B2B for me. He said, you know, it's a business deal. But you've seen this event now grow, and that's, if you like, one of the benefits of it. It not only is a fantastic spectacle and a chance for fans like us to see these cars, but yeah, I mean, obviously people of like minds, people in the business of motorsport and the motoring industry, will always gather here to enjoy the racing, but a chance to also do some business.
Absolutely, and seeing Farley out there is just...
Uh-oh. That's the number 7. That is Jay Carrill in that 66 Corvette. That's not looking good. He's got out of the way, I'm glad to say. I just wonder, Patrick Byrne started in his Corvette just behind James Farley, and I wonder if, you know, if there's a thought where he's thinking, I just got to get ahead of Jim Farley, and Chevrolet will be happy.
Yeah, exactly. Jim's a hell of a driver. He's really honed his craft well, and he spends a lot of time here. He has a house right up the road, and so he's here quite a bit, and you know, he's just a great guy. He's so passionate, loves working on cars. Restored, you know, one of these cars in his own garage over a period of about 9 years. Really, really awesome.
I think that's the 31, the second car in this group to turn around. Right at the top of that's Craig Carter in the Corvette 64.
Looks like there's a fair amount of liquid on the line there. You can see the guys trying to get around it, so there's a bit of oil in there somewhere, and that's going to cause havoc.
We mentioned the future, if you like, of Laguna Seca, and this deal, if you will, that kind of preserves the next 50 years. Huge thing for Laguna Seca and the people that love the sport.
Massive. Look, the challenge that this place has always had is that it was part of the county park system.
Yeah.
And thus, it couldn't be run as much as Scramp did amazing things. It wasn't able to run as a business.
Yeah.
And that makes, and racetracks are hard enough, but when you're working as a park, it makes it impossible.
Yeah, and you're in such a salubrious area like Monterey, above, some of the greatest real estate in America. And so, it's had its ups and downs as Laguna Seca in terms of keeping everybody happy. Not everybody's into motor racing, and so much.
What do you mean everybody's not into motor racing?
Well, I hear in the hills occasionally over the last 50 years there's been the odd one. People like Rainey have put them straight, and Eddie Lawson.
Well, the reality, though, is the guys that really tick me off are the ones that move here knowing full well there's a racetrack here, and then try to shut it down. So I think they're in a great place right now, and the future looks better than, frankly, it ever has.
It's interesting. I came in the back way, which is a great way to come in, and really, you go through at least 5 miles of absolute nothing before you get there.
Yeah.
Well, we won't get into the politics of what's happened here, because it's all good, and the future is very good. And I have to say, as we look at Michael Parsons in his Ford Shelby, I wonder, you've been, like you say, you've been coming here since the 70s, since you started putting it out on TV, but what, when you come here, I'm looking at that anniversary collection outside that was in the paddock, and I have to say, it's not often that I go, my mouth drops and goes, gosh, that really is the original Mercedes there that Michael drove, and blah, blah, blah. That's not that old, but it's still an amazing car.
No, it's not about old per se, right? It's about, yes, history, but it's much more about importance and cars that mean something. That's not good.
So we've got, the reason why I've got Black Flag, and they'll bring them all in there, and they have done, is that we've got a few cars, one stuck at the corkscrew, and we've got this car here stuck out on track as well, or at least has stopped in the pit lane. But is there anything that kind of took your, not breath away, but were you pleased to see kind of in orbit? Because we are celebrating some fantastic cars.
The cars here are just stunning. I was really impressed and awed by the Allard that's down there that belongs to Bill Harlan. Bill is an amazing driver. He's had the car forever, and raced it here years ago, and is also arguably the greatest winemaker in one of the great winemakers of the world, and certainly the top one in California. So he's an interesting kind of Renaissance guy,
Yeah, it is the car at the top of the corkscrew. That's Craig Carter in that 64 Corvette, stuck up the top there. I love that shot. I love looking down on the valley there. You really see the drop-off, which you don't see often on TV. The drone really has, I'm sure, as a TV guy, you notice this too. You're seeing motor racing in this era is quite different, isn't it?
Yeah, drones have changed all of production, whether it's TV, film, and motor racing. It's really changed the dynamic. In the old days, we had to fly helicopters.
Yes.
And they're really, really expensive, really dangerous.
Like $200 an hour or something.
Yeah, and at a place like this, it was hard to fly helicopters because you're in the flight path of the airport. So it was really dicey to get aerial coverage, and the in-car camera was always done through bouncing off a helicopter to get the feed down to the production trucks. So it was always a hard thing to do, and drones have completely changed that.
Well, I also have worked in current modern-day Trans Am for the last few years with this production company, and the shot you're looking at now, which is just showing the incident, is also helpful to race control, because it's the quickest way we can say, oh, what do we need here?
Sure.
What's the situation? How can we alleviate it as quickly as possible? We need to send a truck, it's broken down, blah. And so we are able to show quicker than perhaps the marshals or a radio, and they'll back that up, obviously. But it's a lot easier for a race director to understand the situation, whether there is debris down or oil down or something down that has caused it, and to see it from above is a huge innovation.
Yeah, 100%. You were talking about some of the cars that are on display. The other one, I just never get tired of seeing it, just because I grew up with it, was Holbert's 962. I was more partial to the Coke car, but the seeing that fabulous car is something else. And I actually had the privilege of driving that car a couple of years ago, and it was stunning.
Well, as we celebrate 50 years, I think as an Englishman, I think I'm really proud to say that the way that the European and Japanese invasion were accepted here in the States as competition and as respected competition, rather than we're the Americans, we know what we're doing. It was very much a case of, and of course, obviously they made themselves present with the likes of Sterling Moss and many others coming over. And that was, I think, a big part of the early days of racing here in the States, was that a lot of the Europeans loved to come and race here, and of course the manufacturers wanted to sell their cars, particularly on the West Coast.
Absolutely, and yeah, those guys coming over, it also stepped the game up substantially for American drivers to race with those guys, and brought a whole new level of driving to the U.S. and it was an amazing time.
You know, we mentioned Brian Redman, but we mentioned, but you know, Vic Elford, so many raced and loved and enjoyed racing in the States. I was reading about Mario Andretti the other day, saying that he didn't want to do a full season for Enzo Ferrari. The money wasn't that good in Formula One back then. And I had to smile. He was making more money doing 5,000 and Can-Am than he was doing Formula One.
Yeah. Sterling was an amazing guy. He came to this race on a regular basis for many, many years, and I got to know him quite well. And one day,
didn't he win one of the original?
I think
road races.
Yeah, absolutely. When they first built the track. Funny side note of Sterling. One day, I live in Manhattan Beach, California, and it was like a random Tuesday, and 8 o'clock at night or whatever, and I went to give the dog a walk around the block. And I'm walking back up to my house, and I'm looking through the window, and there are people in my house. And I'm like, who are these people in my house on a random Tuesday? And I look a little closer, and I'm like, that looks like Sterling Moss. And
he found you.
And I had no idea he knew where I lived or anything like that. But it turned out that he and Lady Moss showed up at my house because they knew a guy down the street, and somehow my name came up. And Sterling said, yeah, I know Bobby, let's go say hi.
That's funny.
Not every day you walk into your house and find Sir Sterling Moss.
A legend of the sport, yes.
Yeah, it was hilarious. Very funny.
Yeah, we don't put paintings on the wall of our legends, they just come and visit you. No, a great man, and actually fascinating. If you ever read about Sterling Moss, and you know, he was an inventor as well as a great racing driver. He had all sorts of funky things in his house. Not always helpful to him because he fell down his elevator. He fell down his own elevator in his house once. Unbelievable. The best things. Again, we were talking about Brian Redman. Sterling Moss, another crash by a racing driver that wasn't on the racetrack. It's ironic. So we look down high above the corkscrew. We've had a black flag situation in our Group 6 first run. We're listening to Bobby Aitken, who's been a part of this event and, of course, part of the racing scene here in California for many, many a year. And is there anybody you want to catch up with this weekend that you
you know, I just love being here.
Yeah,
people,
you never know who you're going to see, right?
Yeah, you know. Oh, they're ending the session. So
okay,
they're
fair
throwing
enough.
a checker. That's too bad. But I guess Farley gets a win.
Ah, that's a good point. Very good point.
Yeah, exactly.
Jim Farley takes the win.
Absolutely. You know, Farley is such a car guy, and, you know, it's such a breath of fresh air to see the president of Ford Motor Company out there wheeling a Ford product around a racetrack. I'm not sure how his insurance company feels about it, but somehow he gets away with it, and I think it actually brings a level of passion to Ford that transfers throughout the entire company.
Yeah, no question. As you can see, we had a red flag situation which ends that, and obviously another flag showing that there is debris and some sort of substance down on the track, which is why cars were spinning at the corkscrew. But yes, it looks as though Jim Farley, the CEO of Ford Motor Company, and what a chance to get out and about. It's interesting times for Ford as they forge on into the electric era and, of course, back into Formula One after so many years. So, yeah, I'm sure he loves his racing and likes to avoid a bit of work while he's enjoying his time in the Cobra. But congratulations to him, and thank you to Bobby Aiken coming in here and joining us. Hope you enjoy your weekend and getting around the paddock. Thanks for coming and joining us, and we hope to have more folks like that coming up and sharing their views and thoughts on this amazing event as we celebrate half a century of racing here at Laguna Seca. Join us after the break.
Cheers.
So I've been working with Pelosi for quite some time now. Working with them, it feels like being part of such a dynamic team. I mean, directly compared to normal shoes, what you instantly feel is you have way better pedal feel. I feel extremely humbled because getting to drive a car like this is something so unique and so special to me, and it just sparks pure joy and energy. Like, in the morning you're tired, you didn't have coffee, you get in this car, like you turn on the ignition, it fires up, and you're like, boom, okay, that's it. I'm up for it, I'm pumped, let's bring it on. And it's just pure joy, excitement and energy to drive such a special car like the GT Tourer.
What path do you take? Out here, it's a whole world of paths. Now, if you ever find yourself stopping in your tracks, well, we think that's a good thing. Because that is where the right path can lead. This is Monterey County. Find your way here.
The feeling is electric. There's a buzz, an energy, a vibe. It doesn't matter what they did last time out. It's all about this race. Inches from the ground, inches from each other. Full send every lap. Now you might not know what's gonna happen, but on any given race day, you'll want to find out.
The NTT IndyCar Series returns to WeatherTech Raceway Laguna Seca on July 27, 2025.
Well, thanks, Johnny. Here we are then, continuing my run around the paddock, and you can't walk past the Martini Racing colours on a car that looks like this without stopping by and chatting to the man who knows all about it. And he's alongside me now from Virtuoso Performance, Scott Durnick. Scott, great to see you. We were just having a little catch-up a moment or two ago while the other cars were out on track. If I'd have had the money back in about 2009, 2011, I could have gone to Le Mans and run in this. LMPC was the class.
That's correct. The LMPC class was for privateer entries to try Le Mans. It was meant to be a way to have sort of a level playing field, entry level, for both drivers and engineers and racing personnel to start moving up the ladder at Le Mans.
Yeah, that was the thing as well that you just said to me when we were chatting, racing personnel, because when you run a car like this, it takes a team, an army of people, and you've almost got to train the technicians and the engineers sort of lower down the ranks before they get up to the front of the grid, so to speak.
Right, and that was the idea behind these cars. It was what was called an engineered series. In other words, the cars weren't locked in specification when it came to springs and aero and alignment and tuning. So you had to have a team of people who could look at the data, talk to the driver, make the car faster. That's the way it works from the very bottom level all the way up to the top, and they needed to get people in that ladder system so that they could continue the series.
So this one then, 2011 Orica FLM09. You're going out on this one a little bit later on, but I think that Orica, it was all about having the stock chassis, or the chassis was the same throughout.
Well, Orica is a quite successful endurance racing company. They've done everything from Vipers to Ferraris. They constructed these chassis on the notion that it would be more or less a spec class, so everyone would have to run the Orica chassis. However, being based in the EU, other manufacturers said, wait a minute, you can't do that. So there were other chassis in the series as well that were LMPC cars. But again, the notion was that a well-heeled enthusiast could write the check, get a team together, and they could go to Le Mans. Similar to the concept of a Porsche Cup car.
Let's take a little stroll to the front of it. We'll come in the front. Just talked about some of the numbers. Staying close because we're only on the one camera here, Scott. But talked about some of the numbers on this car as well. If I have got the money to do it, what's it going to cost me? What sort of speeds and horsepower have I got at my disposal?
Well, the spec engine was a 6-liter Chevy, 6.3-liter LS3, 445 horsepower. They were all built by the same builder. They were sealed, so there was no monkey business, with the engines. They all specified Michelin tires, and the cars basically Orica made a very small number of aero packages for the car. So the LMPC car had a smaller wing, for example, than the LMP2 and LMP1. See how it only comes out so far? The LMP2 cars, it went full width, right? There were other things, and then the teams did other things, like these dive planes were added to help reduce an understeer problem. But you'll notice they don't obscure the lights, right? So they're level and the lights still work. Those kind of things was the notion and the concept of getting people figuring out how to make the cars work and go faster.
Yeah, exactly. And again, all coming back to that thing of getting the engineers on board to kind of look at it and say, well, we've got a sort of almost stock package, but what can we do? What can we tweak? And like you say, aero at the front here,
right,
but not overly aggressive aero.
Right, even little things like these grates down here, you can see them on the camera, they control how much cooling air goes to the brakes. The brakes are carbon-carbon, just like a modern Formula One car. The clutch is carbon-carbon like a modern Formula One car. If the brakes are too cold, they don't work too well. If the brakes are too hot, they don't work too well. So you had to work with the course and your driver and pick out what set of obscuration that you wanted in order to keep the brake temperature in the operating range. And on the dash, there's an indication that says brake too low, brake too cold, brake too hot. So it really kind of was, here's how you go racing, son. That sort of thing. Yeah.
Here's how you go racing, son, for about $1 million.
Yeah, I mean, in the day, you'd spend at least $1 million a season running one of these cars. So it wasn't something you do right out of high school. Yeah.
Phenomenal. And you're going out in this. Where are you? You're position number 2 on the grid, a little bit later on, 3 p.m.
Yeah, at 3 o'clock this afternoon, Tim De Silva is going to drive. Tim is the son of one of my very best friends, and I've been working with him since he was about 7 years old, and he's a fantastic racing driver. He's very good, he's very bright, and he's going to drive this afternoon, so it'll be fun to watch. It's not often I get to see my own car run.
I bet. And when we look at the lap times here as well, you're in second on the grid with a 1 minute 23 there, and he's got a 1 minute 21 ahead of you, so he's knocking on the door, isn't he?
Yeah, well, and you look at PJ Hyatt is a fabulous driver. He's an FIA silver rated driver, and he's currently driving 963s for Roger Penske. Right, okay. So I think we could safely say he's the gold standard in this group. So to be right there, and also to be running with Travis Engen, who's also really good, really experienced, that speaks volumes.
Right, brilliant. So we'll tell Johnny in the commentary booth. Tim De Silva then is the driver in that one a little bit later on at 3 o'clock. Quick word then about Virtuoso Performance as well, because you explained to me what it was a moment or two ago. You're kind of like the stable that looks after people's horses.
Correct. The same sort of thing. The race cars live with us. We feed them. We take care of them. We get them ready to go to the track. Our clients arrive and drive. They're moving our transporter. We set up everything here, so they just come have a great experience with their family and friends. And, then we take care of the rest of the details.
It's really good, and I love the idea of this, that if you've got the money and you want to get involved, then you can do it. But what you said to as well, because I always find it terrifying, the idea that if you have got the money, you can just jump in any car. But the idea is that you come up through the ranks, right? You start out in something that you can handle and that you can learn to drive.
Yeah, in most of the current vintage organizations, like in SVRA and HSR, there are grades to their license. So to drive one of these, you need a super license. You don't get that just by showing up with your checkbook. You have to demonstrate your driving ability and run a certain number of events. But as we spoke about earlier, the social pressures of ridicule and ostracization, if you're a terror out there, those work pretty well too. So, it's a close-knit group of people. One of the funnest things is all the camaraderie here. We all help each other. We all break stuff. We give each other parts. This whole thing is full of parts for this car. It's all about having a great time and delivering, these experiences.
And I'll tell you what as well, just a quick word, because we're going to go to a commercial break, but There's a shout out for people that want to get involved, right? If you're a young mechanic or an engineer, get involved in historic racing. Come and learn, because we need the young blood coming through, right?
Absolutely, and this is a cerebral game. This isn't a game about dirty hands. We need computer people. We need folks with great math skills. We need folks with engineering and structure skills. Right. I'm an aeronautical engineer by my education, and I've chosen to waste my life on this, but it's a lot of fun. It's a constantly changing puzzle, and it constantly evolves over time. And when you do something you love, it's a lot better than going to the office every day.
You're never going to work a day in your life if that's the case, Scott.
Well, what we always say is even a bad day at the racetrack is better than any day at the office.
Of course it is, Scott. Thanks ever so much. And what a great couple of days at the racetrack we have got as we continue the action here from WeatherTech Raceway, Laguna Seca. We're going to take a short break. Big thanks to Scott Durnick from Virtuoso Performance. When we come back, more action out on track. See you in 2.
The feeling is electric. There's a buzz, an energy, a vibe. It doesn't matter what they did last time out. It's all about this race. Inches from the ground, inches from each other. Full send every lap. Now you might not know what's gonna happen, but on any given race day, you'll want to find out.
The NTT IndyCar Series returns to WeatherTech Raceway Laguna Seca on July 27, 2025.
What path do you take? Out here, it's a whole world of paths. Now, if you ever find yourself stopping in your tracks, well, we think that's a good thing. Because that is where the right path can lead. This is Monterey County. Find your way here.
So, I've been working with Piloti for quite some time now. Working with them, it feels like being part of such a dynamic team. I mean, directly compared to normal shoes, what you instantly feel is you have way better pedal feel. I feel extremely humbled because getting to drive a car like this is something so unique and so special to me, and it just sparks pure joy and energy. Like, in the morning you're tired, you didn't have coffee, you get in this car, like you turn on the ignition, it fires up, and you're like, boom, okay, that's it. I'm up for it, I'm pumped, let's bring it on. And it's just pure joy, excitement and energy to drive such a special car like the GT Touareg.
Welcome back to the famous corkscrew and, of course, the famous Laguna Seca, home to the Monterey historic reunion. And as you can see, beautiful day here, looking down across the famous corkscrew that has seen many an incident, both 2 and 4 wheels, over the years. But we are celebrating this weekend a half-century of historic racing, started by Steve Earle back in 1974, and I believe there was some 60 to 70 entries back then, and now we have over 500 participants here this weekend. It truly is something quite special, and not only is the track revered, we heard from an Englishman who'd come for the first time to Laguna Seca, and it is a bucket list place. I grew up watching Laguna in MotoGP and World Superbike, and of course it's in the middle of the night. But to see the glory of the Monterey Bay and the beautiful coastline that is part of Carmel by the Sea, you don't forget it very quickly. And The track hasn't changed a great deal. Some upgrades here and there, but the outlay remains the same. New bridge for Mission Foods and WeatherTech, and a very, very good addition to what was certainly quite an antique part, that bridge, but now as you can see, with ramps as well as stairs, so brought up to modern specs. The RVs in the distance, that's another tradition here at Laguna. You can come up and stay, and a lot of folk do throughout the 2 weeks here, and take a nice view looking down over Turn 11. Here is our next group coming up, and as you heard from Scott Dernick there, it is Group 11. And that, of course, is the Pedro Rodriguez group. And as we mentioned before, this year, for the first time, instead of commemorating and celebrating the marks, we celebrate, as our groups, some of the drivers that were part of that era. And Pedro Rodriguez, the famous Mexican driver, he and his brother Ricardo from Mexico, and of course the Mexican Grand Prix now still celebrates their ventures into world motorsport. Pedro, of course, made it to Formula One and raced in Formula One from 1963 to 71, winning the South African Grand Prix in 1967. And he also won the Belgian Grand Prix. Only 2 Grand Prix he won that in 1970. And he raced with his brother as well, and they together raced in races like the Paris 1000 and won that in 61. 24 Hours of Le Mans, driving with Ferrari in 57 and 70. And Pedro on the podium at Le Mans. An impressive 40 out of 94 races. That is impressive. But again, I think if Pedro Rodriguez isn't the top of your names of that era, there's a reason why he has been chosen, and I think it's true for Parnelli Jones and for Mario Andretti et al., our group names are named after, is they really do represent all-round driving ability. In other words, it's not like these drivers just made it in NASCAR or made it in IndyCar. They were able to jump from race to race, whether it be Can-Am, Indy, NASCAR, or whatever, and I think it was their ability to race any form of car, including in Parnelli Jones's case, off-road as well. So always fascinating to see how it all comes to be. And Scott Dernick has joined me in the booth. Thank you, Scott. Very interesting what you were saying there. Tell us more, as they say. what of this group? I'm just explaining who Pedro Rodriguez Trophy is and why he suits perfectly the 61 to 75 FIA manufacturers. And no question that perfect group for him. So, Scott, tell us what we've got on display here. I say display, but what we're about to see race, but we're seeing them lined up.
This is a pretty wide-ranging group, a lot of different cars. Pedro Rodriguez was a very promising young racing driver from an immensely wealthy family in Mexico. So Pedro and his brother Emilio were very well funded at a very young age. They were racing professionally by the time they were 16. In fact,
they did all the motorcycles before they
they did motorcycles before they did that. And they were really cultural heroes in Mexico. In fact, the racing track in Mexico City is named, Dos Hermanos Rodriguez, the Rodriguez brothers. So they raced anything they could get their hands on. They would race canoes if there was enough water around. So it's an appropriate name for this group. Pedro Rodriguez was famous for being quite fearless and also quite obstinate and stubborn. There's the very famous picture of two 917s on the Mulsanne Straight bumping into each other. Now, John Wyer was the team principal at that point, and he had given strict orders as to how things were going to go. And as soon as Pedro got between the bit between his teeth, he literally was bumping his teammate out of the way. So that should tell you the personality that we're dealing with.
Yeah, no question. Yeah, and like I said, I was just saying before you came in that what I love about the names that we're celebrating this weekend in our group names, rather than celebrating a mark, we're celebrating the names, as we should. Great names that have raced here in America and around the world, but all of them all-rounders. And I think Pedro fits into that category. It's not just you could say, oh, yeah, he was a Formula One driver from this era to this era. He had a huge career in long-distance racing, especially in sports car racing, which was what we were looking at here. But, I mean, well-known around the world.
Yeah, and that's the way racing was back then. I mean, in the 60s especially, many of the Formula One drivers would drive Formula 2 and Formula One and sports cars because they were generally, remember, sponsorship was just coming into racing. So these race car drivers were an employee of a racing car company, whether it be Lotus or BRM or Porsche, whoever it was. And they said, look, this week you're going to drive the Formula One car, and then we're going to go testing in the Formula 2 car, and then, you've got to see how the defrosters work in our road car, and then, we're going to go sports car racing. So in Pedro's case, when he drove for BRM, not only did he drive the BRM Formula One cars, he also drove the BRM Can-Am car. He drove some of the smaller bore BRM sports racers, and then, also drove whatever they told him to drive, basically.
Yeah, exactly.
Was the way it worked, yeah.
Well, I've been listening to Scott Durnick, who's joined me, and I'm glad to say at a perfect time because we've got a delay in proceedings here. We've had some either oil or, I don't know, something is down, but either way, we've had the trucks out clearing it.
There's a debris flag on the front straight here at start-finish, so I would suspect it's turn 2. And a lot of times what happens, you'll get a lot of oil in turn 2 because you're reaching maximum velocity here, and then you slam on the brakes really hard. So if you were leaking oil, it accumulated in your under tray or something, and now it all dumps. And then you have the privilege of driving through your own oil, which puts you off, and then usually a few more poor souls with you. So but the track does a great job here of getting things turned around and cleaned up, so they're doing as fast as they can.
Does give me a chance to talk about what you do, Virtuoso Performance. Tell us how you're involved and what you do in terms of preparation for this event.
Well, this is one of our biggest events of the year, and our business works the same way as if you had a horse stabled somewhere. The cars live with us. We store the cars. We maintain the cars. We do the mechanical body work, everything to the cars we do in-house. So our clients basically get an arrive and drive experience. So they show up, their driver gear's here, their car's here, everything's set up and ready to go. They enjoy a good time with their family and friends. And then they go home, and we load up the circus, take it back home, and then get it ready for the next time. Yeah,
and you mentioned an interesting point to Kev that I think people sometimes miss the fact that when you think about historic racing, you think about old guys, with a cloth underneath the car and all the rest of it. And it's far from that. To get these cars now fettled and prepared is very much using all the science of modern day because you need it.
Absolutely, yeah. I mean, we're running more modern cars. We're not racing old MGs and Spitfires anymore. Not that there's anything wrong with that, but as these cars have escalated in value, people have become much more demanding about the way they're maintained. They're protecting their investment. But also, we're running this weekend, for example, a 2011 Le Mans car. The car's got 280 channels of data acquisition. It's got a very sophisticated suspension. It requires, someone who understands those systems. And that's one of the challenges that our industry faces. It's very difficult to attract qualified people into our industry. But we still have the demand for someone with the necessary intellectual horsepower, if you will, to help maintain and develop the cars.
Yeah, it amazed me when I first started doing historics. I was transfixed by, I said, well, surely the tires are modern. And they go, oh, no, we yes, they're new, but they are the original make of tire that was used in the day. And that's how particular this sort of setup is.
Well, yeah, and that's a very important point. In many of the classes of the earlier cars, they absolutely legislate, look, you're going to run a Dunlop L Series. In Formula Juniors, you're all in Dunlop L Series. There's nothing to talk about. In other groups, it's either a Dunlop L or a certain Hoosier tire. And part of it is because the biggest single change in automotive technology in the past 50 years has been tires. Modern new tires are so good now, the compounds are so good, that they would impart chassis loads that would literally overstress the old cars. And that's how vintage racing learned this. In the 80s, people could put on whatever kind of tires they wanted to, and they showed up. And then when they started snapping suspension components off the car, the organizers realized that a little bit of adult supervision was required.
Good point. Well, let me ask you this. We've had a lot of competitors that have come over with their cars, and we heard one from Britain earlier today, but Australia, New Zealand, I know, love the idea of coming for, a few events, but making this the granddaddy, the reunion here at Laguna. What are the mistakes that perhaps people might make in terms of preparation that they could get wrong, that they may not have expected, and then lose out the chance to get out on there by making a simple preparation mistake? Or should they be coming to someone like you because you know what those pitfalls might be?
Well, in terms of compliance with the technical specifications, the rules are fairly standard. All the rest of the world complies with FIA regulations. Australia, especially, they're really officious. Britain has their own club rules and then the FIA rules. But they're mostly geared toward driver safety. When it comes toward competitive intent, especially American V8 cars, there's rules about not having roller rocker arms and not having certain other components. You can't have a dual plane intake manifold in a car like a Corvette or a Cobra. So they're trying to make it so it just isn't checkbook racing.
Right.
The notion is, look, we're not going to use modern technology to build a big block Chevy that goes to 9,000 RPM because we can. They couldn't do it in period, and they try to keep it as they could now. The one class that you can do almost anything except change the configuration of the car is Can-Am. Just in period, it was a wide open class, and within reason, I drive a Can-Am car, and it's got a little 9-liter Chevy in it, and it's a lot of fun, a lot of power, a lot of torque. So there's really a place for everybody, and you can engage at your own level of competition.
When was your first reunion?
I started racing in my 20s, and I've been doing it ever since. Yeah.
What's your favorite then? What have you enjoyed racing over the years?
I've been very fortunate in that I've been able to drive almost everything that I ever dreamed of. I love driving Formula One cars because they're so responsive. I've had the privilege of driving a 917-30 Porsche, which was just absolutely fantastic. It must have been so demoralizing to race against that car because I have a Can-Am car from the same era with a Chevy in it, and in period, those cars would have raced against each other, and that car was bringing a machine gun to a knife fight. The 917-30 was just so
to see them go down the Mulsanne, in unison was incredible.
Just fantastic. But every car has its own personality. They're all a lot of fun, and again, it's really a privilege just to be able to work on the cars and develop the cars and work with the owners. It's really great to have that relationship.
Well, we just saw the safety car going out there, so we hope to get some action in a moment. But just looking at this very impressive 33-car field for the Pedro Rodriguez Trophy, I'm looking at down, Chevrons, Porsches, anything standing out to you that you'd want to draw our attention to? We over the weekend, we try to get to every car, but obviously with 33 cars in a 20, 30-minute session, it's not a lot you can point to. But
well, the diversity of this group is pretty crazy. You got Cal Meeker in a 294. Cal's a really good driver.
Yeah, he's been around forever.
That's a real, I think forever and a day. I keep telling him how old he is.
Every time I get a historic sheet, Cal Meeker's usually at the top 5.
Yeah, no, Cal drives the Lola, and Cal drives a ground effect Tyrrell, and he also drives a GTP car. So, he's no stranger to cars with a lot of downforce and a lot of power. Ethan Shippert is another really good driver. He's driving the B16 that belongs to Greg Gregory. So it'll be interesting to see those guys go at it. Cal has got a power advantage for sure, but Ethan's also a really good driver.
And I'm guessing Alex McAllister, son of
Chris McAllister, another really good driver. I mean, all these guys at the front of this grid, I'd have no problem racing right next to them. They might have a problem racing right next to me, but well, they're all really good heads-up guys. Alex McAllister's been driving for a long time. Couldn't have a better teacher than Chris. I mean, when you've got a field where Gunnar Jeanette is in 11th
He's
position,
11th, I know.
Wow, that's pretty crazy. Now, in fairness to Gunnar, all the cars in front of him got a little more horsepower and might be a little bit heavier. But the 910 is a fantastic car to race. 1,200 pounds, Porsche 6-cylinder power. They're just magical cars to drive.
Are there cars you think that sort of alluded to the reunion over the years that you sort of think? I mean, I look at the exhibition later today, and it's impeccable. Never mind I mean, my jaw dropped this morning, and I'm not usually impressed, having done a few of these events, to see that array, that what we're going to see on exhibition, from a 1924 Bentley to a 1990 Mercedes C-Class. Incredible.
Yeah, well, I'm looking forward to it. I'm actually going to be driving one of the exhibition cars, and the
what are you driving?
The Alfa Romeo Type 33. Yeah. So the grouping of cars and the cars that have raced, here is just fantastic. But what's happened, as happens with almost any rare and beautiful thing, as the values have escalated, people have become a lot more conscious of what they're worth and the risk they're exposing them to. You've really got to hand it to a guy who takes out a GTO or a D-Type Jaguar or any number of these cars, even the Formula One cars, and goes wheel to wheel with someone else. That's one of the great things about vintage racing. There's a lot of misconceptions, and people ask me, that vintage racing, that's just not what it is. It's like, well, if you're going to run a 119 here in a vintage Formula One car and you don't think those guys are trying, you're kidding yourself.
Yeah.
So
that's handy right here.
Yeah. yeah.
What, in terms of handling, of the group that we've got here, and we'll get a closer look at some of them, what would you say would be a handful? Because like you say, we've got a real kind of smorgasbord right across there from the years.
Well, let's see. The guy in the Ford Escort, twin cam, to be ahead of all the 911s, that's pretty impressive. The cars at the front of the grid, boy, the T294 is a sweet thing to drive. The B16 and B19 Chevrons, again, really sweet things to drive. Lola T70, that can be a handful. The 3Bs are very good cars, but certainly not as easy to drive as the other lighter cars. All these cars have their strengths and weaknesses. T70's got over twice the horsepower of the sports racing cars, so when the road straightens out, he's got an advantage. But at a track like Laguna, the best drivers are only going to have about 40% full throttle time. So all the rest of the time, cars like the T70 are carrying around that big engine and all the weight of it, and it's really not doing them a lot of good.
Well, Laguna's kind of unique in that respect, in that it doesn't really have a major straight, does it?
Right. Laguna and Sonoma are very similar in that regard. My big block Can-Am car here is very difficult to run with a small block car, and these 2-liter cars, the B19, will kill me here, and they've got a third the horsepower. But you go to a track like Road America, you don't know where they went after the straight. Yeah.
That long run from 14 to the first corner of Road America, and these cars would be pretty.
Yeah.
There's Alistair
McAllister. A good Bill Block car, I'll get to 220 at Road America.
Wow.
And I'll only get to 160 here.
Well, we are looking at the man we were talking about, Alex McAllister in the Chevron B19. I love that big mirror. Does it work? I wonder.
Yeah. You really want. Everybody says they look kind of dorky, but you really want the big mirrors, because in a group like this, now Alex is fortunate the way this group is. He's up at the sharp end of the stick, but boy, if you're in the middle of this group, the leaders are going to be lapping you within a couple laps, and the closing speeds are quite profound. So the more mirrors, the better. It's the only part of the car that doesn't wear out no matter how much you use it.
Yeah, no kidding. And, of course, the mirror itself, invented here in the States.
Yep.
Ray Haroon.
In Indianapolis.
First winner at the Indianapolis. I love that fact. When I finally went to the museum and saw that car and said, are you kidding me? He won because he was the first guy to drop the he was one of the first to drop the spotter.
Right.
And say, okay, I got the mirror. I don't need the extra weight.
And it was funny because back then the spotters got their position by a combination of mechanical skill and low mass. So they were like horse jockeys.
So who would start the car then? That was another guy.
Yeah, that was another guy. Usually to start it. But
we must have worked that out.
Yeah. All right.
So here we go.
Here we go. We're getting going here.
Finally. Sorry about the delay, folks. We had a little bit of dirt down. As you can see, there's a line of kitty litter being put down to make sure that people aren't slip sliding away. But that's all part of historic racing, isn't it? So we are led by Cal Meeker on the right-hand side in that Lola T294, and alongside him in the 44 is Ethan Shippert, and as you say, very good drivers. You have to be a good driver to drive one of these beasts, don't you?
Yeah, Ethan also has a prep shop business and a very, very good driver. Really knows his stuff.
Keep an eye on Bill Cord in the 151 in third position. And Jim Storer and Mike Sweeney. They're down as two drivers. Are they going to sort of swap out between the weekend?
Some cars are shared between two drivers, yes.
Here we go then. Celebrating half a century of racing. This is our first running of the Pedro Rodriguez Trophy, Race 1. And away they go. An amalgamation into Andretti, turn 2.
You can see Ethan taking a really aggressive line there, really keeping Cal honest.
Cutting him off as they dive through 3. But a good, clean start.
Yep. And it's important to point out Cal's got a 2-liter Hart motor in there that's probably close to 300 horsepower.
Okay.
The car that Ethan's driving is about the same weight, but it's got a 1600 Cosworth FVA or FVC if it's 1800, but certainly doesn't have the power of the Lola. Now, number 81, that T70, that's a 550 horsepower, Chevrolet most likely. But again, he's also a lot heavier than those two cars. You can see under braking how the gaps actually open up because the T70 just can't stop like the cars in front of him.
Good start by the 27, Gerard Lopez, in that Lola T70 from 1969. He's in about, 5th place? As they dive into the corkscrew. This has been, it's been an incident period for quite a few cars already this morning.
Yeah. Yeah, I've got to say, Christopher Byton
that's the guy we spoke to earlier who's come over from England.
He is wheeling that T70. I mean, that is not an easy car to drive here. And, to be staying out in front of all these 2-liter cars, that's quite impressive because he only really gets to use his horsepower advantage right now when he comes onto the front straight.
Well, he is a good example of everything I've been talking about in terms of preparation.
Yep.
6 weeks, he said, it's kind of the prep time it's taken, but first time here at Laguna and enjoying the heck out of it, I can see.
That's another David and Goliath battle, kind of like you would have had in period. The B19 that Alex McAllister is driving, and the T70 behind it would have been in the day. The T70 is a little older than the B19, but the T70 Coupe had a very long competitive life. Yeah, it's unless Cal makes a big mistake, it's going to be tough for Ethan to get by Cal.
He's not known for that.
Well, it's not that. It's horses for courses. The B16 was meant to be an endurance car. It would run the Spa 6 hours. They ran Le Mans. They ran a lot of endurance races. The T94 is more. 294 is more of a short track sprint car. It's the perfect car for this track. I mean, he absolutely has the right weapon for this fight.
Just looking up that 1969 Lola T70 we were talking about, WSC 1969, raced at Daytona, Sebring, Brands Hatch, Monza, the Nürburgring, and driven by the likes of Bonnier Norinda and Jackie Oliver. So that tells you everything you need to know.
And all big, long tracks, right?
Yeah.
They're all big, long tracks. Back in the day, the well-heeled enthusiast, would have more than one race car. You have more than one golf club, right? You need different ones for different tracks, different things, and that was kind of the pattern back then.
So coming up the first king under the bridge. There's that light blue number 4. Joey Bagelard. Is it Bagelard? Beaugelard. In a Lola T298. Beautiful car.
Mm-hmm. You can see he's struggling with a little bit of understeer if you look at the front wheels, and that's because the drivers are having to take a much different line because of all the oil and the kitty litter that's been laid down. So it's funny, you watch the more experienced guys and they're going around it, and you look a little bit further back in the field, they've not really altered their line very much in the first part of the course there, the approach to turn 2 and turn 3.
It always amazed me looking at cars like this, just how small the wheels, especially the front wheels, are with the amount of power that you're putting down to the ground.
Yeah, well, these cars are running on 13-inch wheels, 13-inch diameter, almost the whole field. The Porsches are running on bigger wheels, and the T70s are running on 15-inch wheels. But, compared to modern day stuff, I mean, an electric Fiat has bigger wheel diameters than these things.
Just ahead of him, John Fudge, another storied driver.
Yeah, John Fudge drives a lot of cars. He's got he's the Bizzarini that he goes really well in, and he certainly isn't afraid to drive any of them.
Yeah, he's a perennial member of the historic club, if you will, around America. I've seen him at many events, as are all the drivers here. I mean, I would have thought the competition just to get in on the grid on this would be, I mean, you really want to be part of the 50th, right?
Yeah. See how these guys are changing their line through turn 2 here a little bit, and they're all getting, Alex is taking a little bit tighter line to stay out of the kitty litter.
Yep.
But Alex is really smooth, really heads up, just a really, really nice guy to race against.
Cal Mika has done what you expected him to do. He's kind of taken off.
Yep.
But it's still Mika and Shippert and Cord. As we started, we've been looking at Alex McAllister in 4th position. And then the Brit, Baton in 5th position. Lopez, who we've mentioned, Fudge, Beaujolard, and Hagar in 9th position. And Rosenthal rounding out the top 10 here in our first running of Group 11. Is there any particular car you're looking, I mean, you're driving, but is there one you wanted to have a closer look at?
This whole field is great cars. I, like you, I was quite enthralled with the cars that are on display.
Oh.
There's some that you rarely, if ever, see.
Yeah.
And that was really neat. And, every car is interesting in its own way. I'm more drawn to the purpose-built cars, like this group, for example.
Yeah.
And that's why I know a lot of the drivers and the cars here. Certainly one of my favorites is Chris McAllister's Ferrari F1 car.
Oh, yeah. That was the 80 of Paul Hager in, 9th position, going up the hill. The all-green number 80. Chevron B23.
There's big speed dynamic here, so you're nearly the top of 5th gear when you're approaching the corkscrew. Then you come all the way down to 2nd gear, make this turn here, and then before you get into turn 9, you short shift up to 3rd. You'll take that turn to 3rd, then you'll shift to 4th for turn 10.
Here's an odd question for you, but when these cars were in their day, the Chevrons, the Lolas, the Porsches, obviously we didn't have the digital age that we have. I mean, if you were driving a Lola or a Chevron, you'd be like wanting to know what the Lolas, where could we improve our car to go better? So how did the espionage, if you will, could it only be done at meetings where you literally had to walk around the car and say, well, that's interesting. That wing looks longer than ours? Or
Yeah, a lot of that was going on. The fact of the matter is the technology was advancing so rapidly that what was really fast 2 weeks ago probably wasn't really fast the other week. You look at the diversity in this group. You look at Cal's car versus some of these other cars, and it's like a spaceship, But now, make no mistake, Cal's a great driver. You still have to drive the car, and he does an excellent job of it. So this is a good group to see the spectrum of just a short period of years, how much cars changed and evolved.
Well, Kev's been beeble in the back. Kev, what's going on?
Lovely, thanks, Johnny. Well, next out on track then, we've got a whole host of endurance cars going to be running in the Hurley Halewood Trophy. 1, 2, 3. Closer. Lovely, sorry, we're very noisy down here in the pre-grid, but lining up on the grid in car number 5, the one and only Mr. Zach Brown. Zach, great to see you here. You're getting set and ready to go. Thanks for taking the time to talk to us. Tell us what you're going out in today.
Jaguar XJR9 Group C car, so something I grew up racing, feel very privileged to be racing it this weekend, and should be a fun race.
Yeah, it should really be a fun race. I know this isn't the only car you're racing here. People might not realise when we don't see you on the telly at the Formula One, this is what you like to do on your weekends off, isn't it?
Yeah, I can't keep me away from a racetrack, so everyone's on vacation, so am I. It just happens to be at a Laguna Seca.
Great setting, great racetrack. We've seen you here many times before. Just give us a word about this car that you're sitting here. Some of the numbers on this are staggering.
Yeah, it's a cool car. It ran in 87 and 88. Won a handful of races with John Watson and Lammers and Nielsen. So it was something I grew up watching. So it's I went from having the little die-cast car to being fortunate enough to get the real version.
That is the great thing about this event. It doesn't matter who you are. We're all car guys. We're all enthusiasts. And whether you saw it as a die-cast car or your grandfather or your father racing it, you get to see it here. And the Rolex, 50 years on Monterey we're doing this. It's in great health, isn't it? Historic sports car racing.
It certainly is. And this is the best event of the year. I look forward to it. I come to it every year, and it just goes from strength to strength.
And you are a busy man as well, because you're also going out in Group 10 Formula One cars. You've got your 1980 FW07.
Yeah, I qualified third in that, so I feel like we're pretty competitive. And then also going out in my BMW 320i in the IMSA class after that. So today will be a bit of a workout.
And you're a busy man, straight from here to the Netherlands right after this. Things are looking good for you in that world as well.
Yeah, Formula One season's been strong, so 10 races to go, a lot of racing left, but Netherlands, then on to Monza, and then Singapore, and keep going from there.
Zach, thanks for talking to us ever so much. It's really great that you take the time to do it. Go well, we'll have our eyes on you, and race good, my friend.
Thank you very much.
Johnny, back to you. How about that? Zach Brown getting set to go. What a car.
Yes, it's a car I remember well. I was at Le Mans back in the late 80s and saw that go into action, and loved watching it. It was those the Rothmans colours and the silk cut colours. I know they're cigarette companies, but those liveries are etched in my sort of endurance racing mind, and that particular car definitely. But what a great statement. I'd hate to be Lando and Oscar Piastri, you know, because he really truly is dedicated. I was watching MotoGP. I'm still a motorcycle fan. And there he was at the British Grand Prix the other week. I was like, give it a rest.
Yeah.
And he admitted that it wasn't really a weekend off. He had sponsors. I think it was Motul, were one of his sponsors. So he said, the reason I'm here, I'm doing some business. But he does love coming to racetracks, and he just loves racing.
Anybody who really likes this is thoroughly broken all the way through to the core, and we all share that.
No question. And he really is. I remember him in a McLaren here a couple of years ago, right at the start, rolling start, and he got pushed wide here coming up this first corner, and I thought, oh, it's a little bit scary, but he kept his foot in. What were you pointing at then?
Well, we've got a white flag waving on the front straight, so there's a slow-moving vehicle, an emergency vehicle out there, and here's an example of lap traffic. Now, there's Dave Hagan pointing by the Lola T94. You know, Cal really appreciates that, you know, a demonstrative point by, so you know that the driver you're passing has seen you and he's not going to move over into you. You know, maintaining situational awareness is really important. It's really easy to get all excited and adrenaline rush and tunnel vision, and you can unintentionally put someone in danger.
Yeah, I mean, you've really got to have your wits about you. Over the years, I've talked to folks who you know, you've got half a mind on the car that you're driving and understanding it, because it's not a car you drive every day, as Cal Mika does. Take the checkered flag.
Cal takes the checker.
But you really do have to think about what your own capabilities are in the car. You want to enjoy it, but you've also got to be looking in those mirrors, because you never know. You don't know the full field of 33 and who's got what and who's behind the wheel necessarily.
Yeah, and that's it. You never know the car that you've raced against for years and years, and a driver that you know, now someone else is in the car. So really, you notice that Cal did not go past Dave until he got a point by. He could have easily passed him earlier, and Cal also waited for a safe part of the racetrack to go by. He didn't try to, you know, cut him off in the corner or anything else. So, again, you know, a little bit of cooperation goes a long way.
No question. Well, thank you, Scott. Let's head down once again to Kev Harris. What have you got, Kev?
Lovely, here we are then continuing our pit and paddock interviews, and I found a man who was name-checked by the one and only Jim Farley last year. When we were chatting to Jim and he was racing his Cobra, he said, I was going wheel-to-wheel with Phil Kadori and he likes to battle it out. You just told me that you did quite well last year against him, didn't you?
I did. I had 3 or 4 races, and then they gave me the Ford Trophy, and it was terrific. It's great driving that car out here.
Yeah, but this time when we're catching up with you, going out in something quite different, much bigger. Look at this endurance car you're in now. Talk to me about this one.
Well, I'm in my pink suit with my pink car. This is Pinky. She's one of the 4 Richard Lloyd Racing 962s. Slightly different to the other 962s here, but 850 horsepower, about 5,000 pounds of downforce. It's a quick thing.
It really is. And I had you lining up as in pole position, but you just told me that was a little bit of a thing yesterday, so you're kind of up near the front anyway.
I am indeed. There was a little accident during qualifying, so they shut down the session. They used some of the practice times. I wasn't here for practice, so it's a mixed grid, but we'll have some fun.
Yeah, I'm sure you will. You know, just a couple of cars behind you, there's Zach Brown. He's no slouch, and he likes to put himself up front.
He's definitely pretty quick, and he surrounds himself with pretty quick drivers, too. But we've got Charlie Neerberg, who's very, very quick. This car used to run 110s around here Eastern period, and we've got Alex Kirby, who we've been trading times here. So it'll be a good battle.
This is phenomenal. Phil, listen, I'm not going to take up any more of your time because you have to get your hair on and get ready, but thank you so much for talking to us.
Thank you very much.
There
Enjoy
you go.
the weekend.
We will. Keep your eyes on that one. Phil Kadori is coming up in a moment. Car 69. You can't miss it. It's a beautiful thing. Look, in pink, grey and white. Right, 3 minutes is what they're saying. We're going to take a short break. When we come back, let's go racing.
What path do you take? Out here, it's a whole world of paths. Now, if you ever find yourself stopping in your tracks, well, we think that's a good thing. Because that is where the right path can lead. This is Monterey County. Find your way here.
The feeling is electric. There's a buzz, an energy, a vibe. It doesn't matter what they did last time out. It's all about this race. Inches from the ground, inches from each other. Full send every lap. Now you might not know what's gonna happen, but on any given race day, you'll wanna find out.
The NTT IndyCar Series returns to WeatherTech Raceway Laguna Seca on July 27, 2025.
So I've been working with Piloti for quite some time now. Working with them, it feels like being part of such a... Compared to normal shoes, what you instantly feel is you have way better pedal feel. I feel extremely humbled because getting to drive a car like this is something so unique and so special to me, and it just sparks pure joy and energy. Like, in the morning you're tired, you didn't have coffee, you get in this car, like you turn on the ignition, it fires up, and you're like, boom, okay, that's it. I'm up for it, I'm pumped, let's bring it on. And it's just pure joy, excitement and energy to drive such a special car like the GT Touareg.
My dream has always been to compete at the highest level. Not for the love of fame or what comes with it, but to continue my family's legacy. On a team that puts winning in the driver's seat. Introducing the Acura Integra Type S HRC prototype. Born to win, just like me.
Welcome back to the Monterey Reunion, the 50th year of celebrating historic racing here at Laguna Seca, and we bring you to our next group. This is Group 4. Hurley Haywood Trophy. No question, Some people argue Hurley Haywood, America's greatest road racing endurance driver, and it's hard to argue with that. 5-time overall winner of the Rolex 24 at Daytona, 3-time 24 Hours of Le Mans winner, and 2-time 12 Hours of Sebring winner, and the third driver to compete in the informal Triple Crown of endurance racing. It's not bad, is it? He also did a fairly good sprint in the 80s in Trans Am. Won the title in 1988 with Audi, and of course 2 IMSA GT championships. A fairly impressive record. Hurley Haywood, without doubt, one of the greats. What you're looking at now is cars between 1981 and 1991. These, therefore, include the likes of IMSA, GTP, GTO, FIA, Group C, and Trans Am. So a nice smorgasbord, a smaller field than others, but then again, the rarity is there for all to see. We've got some lovely cars. You heard from Philip Kadori in that all-pink, beautiful car out there, and sort of getting a pole position by proxy. He didn't drive the car to pole because he wasn't here for practice, but hey, doesn't matter. He'll take it. And anyway, that's not the point. Zach Brown going through in that Silk Cup Jaguar. And we've got 2 Jaguars out there, an XJR16 and Zach in the XJR8 from 80. So we've got a 91 and an 87 out there. The 06 just going through shot there. That's Chris Lindbergh, and that's a Ford Mustang GTP from 1983. Preparation on these cars is sublime. It absolutely is. And the beauty of coming to an event, and that's another thing. If you don't have the ability to drive one of these cars, or you don't have the money to go and afford to get one of these cars and join historic racing, you know, it really is. I'm now a flight from the UK or Europe, and a chance to get up close to these magnificent cars and witness a little bit of history. It's not like going to Le Mans, where you're out there in the woods and watching them flash by. You actually can get up close and talk to the drivers. I've done a fair bit of Le Mans spectating myself in the years, and I've seen several of these cars in action in the day, including that Silk Club Jaguar. Looking forward to seeing some of these cars put through their paces. One particular car I remember is the 1989. I went to that race and saw the Mazda 767B, and Jonathan Bonamati driving it. But the sound of that thing coming, I mean, you could judge the laps at Le Mans just by its sound. It didn't matter where it was in the order. You knew when it was coming because you could hear it from literally the screech from miles away, especially in the middle of the night. So, yeah. And that was a brand new entry back then in 1989, the 767B. Moderate success in the 89 season. So away we go then. This our Group 4A. The Hurley Haywood Trophy, Race 1, as we celebrate one of the greats of American racing, Hurley Haywood, and his era of endurance racing. And straight into the lead goes the 99. He got off the line quick then, didn't he? And that's the 1991 AAR Toyota Eagle Mark 111. Charles Nerberg at the wheel, and if you know that name, former land speed record holder back in the day, but drives all sorts of different historic cars here in America. Fantastic character. I'm hoping to get him in the booth later, and just a great guy. I'd love to have a cocktail or dinner with him one day, because he is a fascinating guy. Hails out of Dallas, Texas, but has a storied history of his own. And the car he's racing, a 1991 Eagle GTP. That's the chassis 004, designed and built by Dan Gurney's team at All American Races. Made its debut in 1991. Juan Manuel Fangio II driving that back in the day. And he noted that it was a car of excellent balance. And Fangio drove that in 92, 93. And in fact, that chassis was driven 23 times by Fangio too. And there is Kadori in that number 69, started pole position. And as you heard with Kev, one of the Richard Lloyd racing cars in that rather distinctive pink. At 77. Got a few A cars and a few B cars out there, so forgive me while I catch up with my board of different cars that are out here, because we do have several different groups. Looking for that Nick De Vrieta's number 77, another 77, but it's Beretta in 1988, so we've got a few 77s out there at the moment, but that doesn't matter. We'll catch up with each of them. And they make a beautiful sound roaring around the hills of Monterey, that's for sure. Nice little battle, Kadori chasing the 77. It's Tom Long in that Mazda from 1992. Throughout the 1992 season, this car showcased its performance pretty much most of the IMSA races, including Road America, Watkins Glen, and Mid-Ohio. And of course, the innovation always with Mazda, the four-rotor Mazda Wankel engine. Very distinctive sound. Make it one of the most distinctive and certainly advanced cars of its era. Didn't race that long, to be honest. 792P anyway, but very distinctive and I would have said very rare to see out on track. Tom Long at the wheel. Charles Nürburg then. Nürburg leading the way ahead of Alex Kirby and Long, who I was just talking about there, and Zach Brown again. Zach, of course, a big collector of cars as well, and he humorously has given his drivers over the days, including Pato O'Ward and Daniel Ricciardo, a chance to drive some famous cars that he owns, including a Richard Petty car for Ricciardo, a great thrill for him. And of course, Pato driving a modern day, or more modern day, Formula One McLaren just a couple of years ago right here at Laguna, as well as doing some historic Trans Am. Paddock had a great weekend here, and great to see Zach back again. The car itself was originally driven by Jan Lammers and John Watson in the 1997 World Endurance Championship, and took wins at Jarama in Spain, Monza in Italy, and Fuji in Japan. Just going through shot there. Now, originally, Chris Dyson was meant to be driving this car. I've got a feeling that Rob Dyson might be at the wheel today, because I heard from Chris saying he isn't taking part this weekend. He's got another scheduled appointment or scheduled event that he is doing. But that particular car has had a storied history that goes, especially in its glory days, from 84, second at Road America, second at Watkins Glen, the 6 hours of 84, 6 hours, second place again at Riverside, finally got a win at Columbus, the 500 mile in 1985, and then would win at Road America in 85 and at Lime Rock in the 2 hours. So, these cars. Well, no surprise for me anyway that Charles Nürburg has gone off into the distance here. 28, being chased hard by Philip Pedori. I'll tell you what, we've got some nice little mini battles going on here this morning. These guys just make their way. Seems like the track is now non-slippy. We had that situation 20 minutes ago where we had quite a lot of stuff and nastiness down, but it's gone, I'm glad to say. And as I mentioned, Hurley Haywood Trophy, celebrating these cars from 81 to 91, Hurley Haywood's era. And like I said, 5-time winner at Rolex, 3-time Le Mans winner, 2-time 12 Hours of Sebring winner. And mainly in Porsche at Le Mans for Hurley Haywood. Won in 77 and 83, 936 and a 956, as well as winning in 1994. Well, the field's spreading out, but like I said, nice pockets of racing. Notice that Gable has moved into 9th position. You'll have to forgive me, I've only got the 4A qualifying notes, so I'm just going through my list in the program. Who's out there? Don't want to lead you astray. Spice GTP 1987. Gal Mika again out there. There's that Mazda in the distinctive orange and green, chasing hard into the final corner. But it is Nürburg, Tom Long, Cal Mika in 3rd now, Philip Pedori in 4th, then Duncan McKellar in 5th place, Alex Kirby in 6th, Malcolm Ross in 7th, then Scooter Gable in 8th position. Gable in that number 4. Scooter Gable in that Lola Corvette GTP from 1985. Ah, Zach! So, something wrong with the Jaguar, and quite rightly, Zach has pulled it out of harm's way. I don't know if it's going to slow proceedings down, and where exactly that is, I'm trying to work that out. There's the Mazda again chasing hard on the Lola. Zach sort of making his exit. Don't want to be stuck out there. He's got a busy weekend, Zach. Yep, he'll be back to the Dutch Grand Prix next year. Well, what a turnaround. I mean, let's just for a moment. I have to see now where he stopped. He's right outside my commentary booth. Yeah, right there on the front straight. So yeah, I mean, it is a time, folks, to just celebrate what Zach and his team have achieved in the last few years, especially in Formula One, but also in IndyCar. It is incredible to see this purple patch for McLaren Racing here in 2024, where they truly are now right at the top of their game in Formula One and in IndyCar. And there's Scooter Gable, I mentioned, in that Lola Corvette GTP from 1985. Gable in 8th position. First Corvette GTP to race at IMSA. An IMSA competition, in fact. Made its debut in 1985 at the Daytona 24, and also competed in the complete 1985 season. And then went on to race both Daytona and Sebring in 1986. That's Scooter Gable in 9th position now Bomarito getting ahead of him in 8th. Back to the 92, Mazda RX 792P. Tom Long, second place at the moment. And the number 89 Mazda 767B, Jonathan Bomarito just mentioned. This chassis, the 767B002, was first raced at Fuji in the 1,000 kilometers in 1988, where it won the GTP class. Yeah, the race I was talking about where I saw the hard-charging green and orange Mazda, it finished 9th overall, completing 365 laps that weekend. It certainly put a show on. Well, sadly, as the checkered flag comes out, the silk-cut Jaguar of Zach Brown is parked up, but it's the number 99 of Charles Neerberg who absolutely dominates in that beautiful Toyota to win the Hurley Haywood Trophy Race 1 in the number 99. And we'll see Charles, I'm sure, in action with the historic Formula Ones. And as we mentioned earlier, this is the 004 chassis from the 1991 AAR Eagle GTP. He wins the race. Well done to him. Let's head down once again to Kev Harris, see what the latest is.
Lovely, thanks, Johnny. Well, here's a couple of guys that have been teammates for years and they know all about winning together. But today at the Historics, they're going to be racing together in Group 7. We've got Bill Sweedler and Townsend Bell side by side in a Le Mans winning car. Chaps, thanks for taking the time to talk to us. Bill, I'll come to you first. 3 times at Le Mans, 3 podiums. That's a phenomenal record, sir.
So you're looking at the car right here. So Ferrari's an amazing marquee. Townsend and I did it together with another gentleman, Jeff Siegel, who's here. We all own the Pelosi brand. It is an amazing feeling being at the Rolex Reunion with all of our winning cars. We are having an amazing time.
Well, thanks ever so much. And Townsend, great to see you as well, because I just said to you, how often do you guys race side by side, wheel to wheel in these things? And what did you say to me?
Never. This is our first time. We're learning quick. I mean, Laguna Seca is my home track. We have such a rich history together. Bill and I had a lot of success, not only at Le Mans, but at Daytona and Sebring. All of those cars are here. And then inside, Bill and his team made this amazing, basically like a Pelosi Nordstrom's experience right here on pit lane. So having a blast. Unfortunately, I have to leave for my day job, which is as an NBC commentator. Tomorrow, IndyCar on NBC in St. Louis. But I'm just overwhelmed with the visceral appeal of historic racing. I absolutely love it. I hate that I have to leave, but I know I'll be back.
Yeah, I'm sure you will. It's great to see you both here. Just give us a sense of what it's like driving a Ferrari around Le Mans and then ultimately putting it on the podium.
Listen, Le Mans is like no track in the world. You go from an actual racetrack into the streets, and you're doing 185 miles an hour in a Ferrari, whether it's raining, sunny, dark as can be, with prototypes doing 235 miles an hour. It is an amazing experience, and it's almost like you're a spectator watching the P1s go around the track, and you're like, wow, that was amazing. And I'm driving too. I got a break. So, there's nothing like that event when you have 400,000 people there just cheering everyone on. It's spectacular.
Yeah, I'm sure it is. And Ferrari is a brand that was been the mark of the Rolex 3 times, 1984, 94 and 2004, and obviously a brand that's close to your heart. So just gives a sense of why Ferrari and what makes these cars so good.
You know, Townsend and I have raced a lot of different marquees, and the Ferrari overall is just a amazing handling car. It is what I would say the most forgiving at the limit, and it just has this uncanny ability to deliver lap times that are second to none. So we've had a lot of success with Ferrari.
But you're going out in Group 7 a little bit later on. It's 3 p.m., folks, so keep your eyes peeled for that one. And Townsend, you're actually going out in a Porsche GT3 Cup car, which I'm guessing is just back through there. It's the black one?
Yeah, I have to go to the airport formally, but Jeff Siegel, who was our teammate on this car, is going to drive the race this afternoon, so I got to do a couple sessions already. But one of the things I'm quickly learning about this experience is that every year I get older, more cars become eligible. So I can't wait 5 years from now. Hopefully our Lexus RCF GT3 is going to, the cars just continue to present themselves as eligible the older we get, and it's just going to be a blast. Hopefully we come back for many years to come.
Well, we do too, and if you are here at the Rolex this weekend, come and stop by, because the shoe brand looks fantastic, the cars look fantastic, and they're just a great bunch of people to speak to. Chaps, thanks ever so much. Bill, Townsend, we'll see you again, I'm sure, at the Rolex. Thanks ever so much.
Kev, thank you.
Right, here we go, folks. That's what it's all about then at the Rolex. Let's take a short break, because when we come back, there's more great racing out on track.
So I've been working with Pilotti for quite some time now. Working with them, it feels like being part of such a dynamic team. I mean, directly compared to normal shoes, what you instantly feel is you have way better pedal feel. I feel extremely humbled, because getting to drive a car like this is something so unique and so special to me, and it just sparks pure joy and energy. Like, in the morning you're tired, you didn't have coffee, you get in this car, like you turn on the ignition, it fires up, and you're like, boom, okay, that's it. I'm up for it, I'm pumped, let's bring it on. And it's just pure joy, excitement and energy to drive such a special car like the GT Touareg.
What path do you take? Out here, it's a whole world of paths. Now, if you ever find yourself stopping in your tracks, well, we think that's a good thing. Because that is where the right path can lead. This is Monterey County. Find your way here.
The feeling is electric. There's a buzz, an energy, a vibe. It doesn't matter what they did last time out. It's all about this race. Inches from the ground, inches from each other. Full send every lap. Now, you might not know what's going to happen, but on any given race day, you'll want to find out.
The NTT IndyCar Series returns to WeatherTech Raceway Laguna Seca on July 27, 2025.
Welcome back to Laguna Seca. It's a beautiful day here in August, high above the Monterey Peninsula, and looking forward to a full weekend of historic racing as we celebrate from 1974 to 2024, some 50 years of historic racing, all started by Steve Earle. Back then, there were 60, 70 competitors, now over 500. That's the success, and as you've heard earlier in the day, Laguna definitely celebrating the future as well as looking back to the past, as they've just signed a new deal that really takes them and this event into the future and kind of preserves it for many years to come, at least another 50. And let's hope that those that are the custodians of it back then appreciate it as much as we do. It is truly something quite special. And in the paddock there, just by the Haggerty at the bottom of your screen there, is where the special exhibition cars are. And they'll be out on track later today, and you don't want to miss that. That really is some super special cars that, well, every one of them priceless. But coming up next is the Group 12, Jim Hall. Group 12, we're calling it, from 1963 to 1968. Sports car, race cars from that era. And, of course, Jim Hall, in his own right, in the USRRC drives, was back-to-back champion in 64 and 65, and also a 12 Hours of Sebring winner. But really, besides his racing accolades, it really was his ability. He was a leader, really, in innovation and design, Jim Hall. And a lot of the great Chaparral cars, of course, well, all the great Chaparral cars, but no question that his input from the American side, as many others, in aerodynamics and ground effects, definitely a big part of American racing. And anybody who's raced with Jim Hall, or for Jim Hall, including Brian Redman, will tell you that he truly was one of the great innovators. And again, we're this year celebrating not so much the marks, but more the drivers in the group, that is, of representatives of those eras. And no question, Jim Hall, a huge part of the 60s racing scene. And in this field, we have some 25 different cars. Some really interesting drivers too. We've got the likes of Richard Griot, who will be out later in Formula One. Paddings Dowling is here, and if you know your historic racing, you'll know that Paddings Dowling is a famous name around the world of historic racing, and won Monaco Historic for pre-war 24 for pre-war cars this year in his 1936 ERA. So. And as we wait for those cars to come out, let's take a short break here from Laguna. We'll be back with the action from the Jim Hall group that is Group 12. Stay with us.
My dream has always been to compete at the highest level. Not for the love of fame or what comes with it, but to continue my family's legacy. On a team that puts winning in the driver's seat. Introducing the Acura Integra Type S HRC prototype. Born to win, just like me.
What path do you take? Out here, it's a whole world of paths. Now, if you ever find yourself stopping in your tracks, well, we'd think that's a good thing. Because that is where the right path can lead. This is Monterey County. Find your way here.
The feeling is electric. There's a buzz, an energy, a vibe. It doesn't matter what they did last time out. It's all about this race. Inches from the ground, inches from each other. Full send every lap. Now you might not know what's gonna happen, but on any given race day, you'll want to find out.
The NTT IndyCar Series returns to WeatherTech Raceway Laguna Seca on July 27, 2025.
So I've been working with Piloti for quite some time now. Working with them, it feels like being part of such a dynamic team. I mean, directly compared to normal shoes, what you instantly feel is you have way better pedal feel. I feel extremely humbled because getting to drive a car like this is something so unique and so special to me, and it just sparks pure joy and energy. Like, in the morning you're tired, you didn't have coffee, you get in this car, like you turn on the ignition, it fires up, and you're like, boom, okay, that's it. I'm up for it, I'm pumped, let's bring it on. And it's just pure joy, excitement and energy to drive such a special car like the GT Touareg.
Welcome back to Laguna Seca and the famous corkscrew high above the Laguna Seca Raceway, and that's the very top of it right there, and you can see it beautifully by drone, and it's a huge drop in the car park, of course, where most of the spectators park up and then make their way down to the paddock. Now we turn our centre now to Route 12, our first running of the Jim Hall USRRC Cup grid, and led by car number 4, that's Richard Griot in the McLaren M6A from 1967. Behind him, Greg Hoff in another McLaren M1B from 1966. Followed quickly by Matthew Polk in a Lotus 23C. And Gear Ramleth, another famous name of historic racing here in the US, in car number 21, that's a Lotus 23B as well. So a good field of some 25 cars. Good to see the likes of Charles McCabe, John Fudge, Travis Engen, Kyan Dowling as well as Paddings Dowling. So obviously families are out and about. Great to have Paddings here in the USA for this Group 12 race. I'm sure he'll be out in other groups as well. There is the 39, that's 63 Lotus 23B. And as I mentioned, Paddings a winner in the pre-war category at the famous Monaco Historic, of which I've been very privileged to be a part of over the years. And Padding's always a feature at that Monaco Historic, and that really truly is another great historic event. And boy, do they race hard. So we've got a nice combination here of European, these cars made in Europe, in McLarens. McLaren, of course, the founder from New Zealand, but made, of course, in the UK. But also we've got the crossover, if you will, of the likes of the Huffaker Genies and the Elvers. Variations on the theme, so to speak. But the originals, Lotuses, and McLarens in full fettle. Brabham as well, a VT8 out there, the 1965. So we're forming up the Ray Hall straight and down towards the corkscrew yet again. Look at the 91. It's Matthew Polk in that 65 23C Lotus. Perfect conditions, absolutely glorious. Came down the peninsula yesterday, and again, it was just a lovely day. Always is a good drive from San Jose or San Francisco. About 2 hours from San Francisco, and about an hour from San Jose. And as you can see, they're forming up now as they go through Rainy and turn 10. Forming up for a rolling start as the pace car does come off. We are about to go racing for our 1963 to 1968 sports cars. A nice group led by the papired, appropriately coloured McLaren. Interesting, Zach Brown doesn't race those, although I have seen him race a similar car, a Can-Am car, a couple of years ago here. Green flag waves then for our Jim Hall US RRC Cup Race 1. Alongside me once again, Kev Harris, and we've got you up in the booth. It's good to see you.
Yeah, Johnny, here we go then. I have run up to the booth to come and say hello. I thought I'd get out of the California sunshine for a moment or two. And you mentioned Zach Brown. Of course, we had a great chat
What
with
happened,
him on the I was so busy chatting to him. He went out on track, and I don't know how he got on because I was whisked off to go and speak to...
He stopped outside here.
Oh, did he?
Yeah, he literally parked it on the outside of the first spot, the first kink, as it were, the first corner here. So on the main straight.
Well, we'll find out what happens later on as well. We'll hopefully get another word with him over the course of the weekend because he's a very busy man always, but he loves his historics. He's got his 1980 FW07 Williams. He's going out a bit later on. I think there's a BMW of some type as well that I've seen in the United Autosports garage down there, so he's probably going to take that out as well. But look at this one then, Johnny. Group 12, another set of classic race cars that look just fantastic against the Californian sky and the backdrop here at WeatherTech Raceway, Laguna Seca. What a shot that is, by the way.
Yeah, it's fantastic. The drone really, you finally see the drop-off, which you never, years ago when I first started tuning in to watching races at Laguna, you never saw that drop-off. So you knew there was distance there, but you never realized. In fact, if you drop down there, I think it's because this was an original army base before it became a circuit. And they used to have a shooting range down there, so they were always warding people off, saying, well, we don't want you to go down there. There might be still some live bullets. So, be careful. And you didn't want to go straight on at the corkscrew because you might have ended up in the old shooting range. So
yeah, exactly. Great aerial shot as well. That's where I was, just down on the left. Yeah. That's the pre-grid area in the bottom right of your screen now. Then coming on the straightaway that's past our commentary position here. Who've got that yellow car? Absolutely letting the hammer down. Looks like he's got the DRS, doesn't it?
Yeah, he just bolted out of the way. And that's AC Augustin in the Huffaker Genie Mark 10B. But boy, he's got some straight line speed. I'll give him that.
He has.
Great for you to talk to Townsend Bell. I was wondering when I saw him on the entry list, I kept thinking to myself, isn't there an Indy race? Doesn't he have to be with Lee Diffie at some point this weekend? And I was right.
Yeah, I think he's whizzing off. But those two guys down there, Bill and Townsend, are having the time of their lives. Their first time at the Rolex, and they're absolutely loving it. So we're going to see him again here for sure.
Strikes me that Townsend, when he's done with racing or commentating, he'll spend...
he will definitely be involved. We're going to see him at Historics more and more. They've got the bug after only the first few days, that's for sure. So as we look at this one then, we've got Group 12 out on track, and that is our man, that number 17 car. He just put himself in third. That's the Huffaker Genie then of AC D'Augustine. And Mr. Griot's out in front, though, car number 4. But doesn't that one in the lovely yellow livery look super as it just drops down through the corkscrew?
Well, I'll tell you what, it's great to have you, Kev, but you know what? How about Jim Hall Jr. for this group to join us here? Welcome, sir.
Thank you. Good morning, guys. What a beautiful day and a gorgeous track, and you guys have awesome cars here. I'm so excited to be here.
You can't say it's not original. You can't say it's not original when we have a group called the Jim Hall Group, Group 12, certainly, and Junior comes and joins us. Tell us a little bit about your thoughts on this event and being represented this way.
It's a wonderful honor to my father. As you guys know, he was very creative in his race cars, and one of the things that's interesting to talk to him now today is that he loved testing the cars all the time, and he said, my cars may have broke down more than fully tested, but as soon as I had a new idea, I wanted to try it in a race and on the track. And of course, you guys know we had Rattlesnake Raceway. They could do a little development
here.
Where
was that?
It's in Midland, Texas.
Right, yeah.
Right.
Because I've always thought, because I live in Texas myself, and when I heard about Jim Hall from Chaparral, from Texas, I was like, really? What great? It's quite not obscure, but it's not the natural. California definitely. You expect them.
Right. The
to
first Chaparral one was built by Troutzman and Barn in Southern California, but he, through his father and through his older brother, became an oil man, is where he made most of it. There we
that's
go.
The 167 getting round. That's Kyan Dowling, actually, in that 23B. parked up. That could cause.
Hopefully
get
get going.
Go on.
Yes, he's close.
So now, when you say Midland and Oil, now it makes sense.
Yeah. So he and Hap Sharp became very good friends. They both were in the oil business. Sharp was drilling, Dad was producing, and I'm glad he's back going and was careful to re-enter the track. I taught people to drive on the racetrack for almost 40 years in Oxnard, California. My landlord being Gene Haas the last 15 years. So this is exciting. This is one of my favorite tracks. The weather couldn't be more perfect. We could rub it in for most of the rest of the world. That we got English weather here on a summer day.
No kidding. I'll tell you what amazes me as an Englishman watching sort of all these many European race cars, amalgamated, of course, with the American cars, but just the reverence that Americans have for historic racing. As I said, living in Texas, I'm just amazed at the amount of imported cars. You'd expect California, as manufacturers imported cars, to sell here back in the 60s, but in some of the more obscure parts of America, I am just stunned by the amount of MGs, Lolas, you name it, Chevrons, McLarens. We're under safety. But does it amaze you, or is that just the way of motorsport in America?
Well, I don't know if you know, when Dad graduated from Caltech, he went to work at Carroll Shelby in Dallas, and Dad's older brother was a partner there, and they were bringing in Lister Jags and Maseratis and Ferraris and all that, and that was to the oil man, the bakers, the ranchers. And Carroll, as you know, was a very, very good salesman, and he would say, I got this young kid just out of college. He can barely drive. Why don't I sell you this car, and he'll show you what it can do this weekend? And Dad would get in and go do very well. And he was a little bit inexperienced, but a little bit not. And then the guy would say, yeah, my car can win, and buy another one. So it was an interesting, like you said, California was the hub, but it was Dallas was an interesting part of that.
No question. Well, I grew up in Dallas too. Greg Hoff went to college there. Greg Hoff in that McLaren M1B.
I was born in Dallas. I can say y'all, even though I'm a Californian.
We can both say y'all.
Well,
well, you'll know where SMU is then.
And I live in Ventura,
all right,
which
there you
is
go.
also just like this, very lovely.
So I hazard to guess that you didn't get thrown a basketball or a golf club. You kind of amalgamated into the whole business at some point.
I did, but Dad wanted me to more be an engineer or team manager or whatever, because in that era, 50s and 60s, he had some horrifying accidents, and many of his compatriots did too. So he would have rather me not been a racer. And but I've enjoyed it, and I've been safe, and of course the tracks and the cars are immensely better now.
Is there an era or a car or a mark that you particularly
Well, I love the Chaparral we bought here, the 64-65 car. It won 22 races over the 2 years in USRRC. Besides that, my personal favorite are all different Porsches, and I am spoiled and have an electric Porsche. I have a GT3. I was just up here 2 weeks ago tracking my GT3. I have a Cup car that I just drove at Pikes Peak Hill Climb. So the other mark besides Chevys that I love are Porsches. Porsche does such a beautiful job. I've known Patrick Long since he was 6 or 7. One of the really famous Porsche people that's here.
Porsche, you know, I mentioned all the Brits that came over early, and we talked about the Jaguars, and obviously we're looking at Lotuses and McLarens out here. But Porsche definitely, as the German manufacturer, jumped the mark on everybody else, coming to the States and becoming known and well known, and bought 356s in movies and so on and so forth. James Dean, you know, so on and so forth. They certainly made a mark very quickly in the USA, didn't they?
They did, and they've continued to just come out with amazing cars. Of course, another car that, for me, that was important was the Lolas with Eric Broadley. We had a fabulous relationship with him in Can-Am, in Formula 5000, and then he made us an Indy car for Al Unser for the 78 Indy 500, and we were fortunate enough to win the Triple Crown, the only time that was ever done in his very first, of that era Indy car. So Jim Chapman and Davey Evans and all those guys I worked with as a gopher growing up, and they did a fabulous, Lola did a fabulous job in 3 different eras for us. Uh-oh.
Yeah.
He's slowing down. Is that the same?
I think it is, yeah.
Oh, no, it doesn't have the 1. It's 67.
Oh, that's 67. Wow.
167.
Let me see what that is.
So, this is, look at this day. Look at these great cars out there. And I'm honored to be here. I'm hanging out at our booth as much as I can. Different thing, I just went to talk to the McMurtry Sperling guys.
Yeah.
And, of course, the Chaparral 2J. And I'm looking forward to
Didn't they win the hill climb last week?
They broke the record, yeah.
Killed it,
yeah, with Max Chilton. So,
that's a pretty handy young driver.
Yeah, and then they're going to have both cars on track tomorrow at 11:50. So they're going to be on the full track tomorrow. So
it's interesting. You mentioned Eric Broadley, and I think of some of the designers. Obviously Colin Chapman, and more up to date Adrian Newey. But those are these are rare men.
When I've talked to Adrian at the hill at Goodwood Hill Climb, he says, of course, my dad is one of his heroes. So Adrian. So and I love going to Goodwood. The hill climb is just absolutely amazing.
Yeah, well, people forget that Adrian Newey, of course, kind of cut his teeth here in the States in Indy back in the day, and what he's designing, or what he most recently designed, and the sort of downforce cars he was well aware of back in the day. So some nice little racing here between the 69 and the 39. The 69 being Malcolm Ross in that 23B, and the 39 chasing him down, at the moment anyway, is Padding Stowling, of course, who we spoke about earlier. And I believe that's his son, Kyle.
Of course, I wish we were on track with them, but it's nice to be here anyway and watching and enjoying.
So if this event started in 1974, how many of these events have you attended in Colorado?
I've tried, anytime there's a chaparral here, I've attended, and sometimes not. And I got to drive one year a little Lotus Elite lease a friend of mine had out of the Bay Area, and I got to drive in one of them. And then we've done demonstrations. I don't know if you were here in 2005. We had 7 chaparrals here, and we took most of them on track with Phil Hill, Dad, myself, Uncle Chuck, and Vic Helford.
Oh, yeah. Sadly, we lost him, of course.
Yes. Quick Vic. He and I one year got to share the 2J at the hill climb. And he was like, Jim, I thought this was my car. He said, well, it is usually, but I want my son to try it too. So yeah, Vic did a great job for us. So first in Trans Am in 1970, and he won Watkins Glen, and then, of course, in the vacuum chaparral.
Is there one particular innovation Chaparral developed, grew, innovated, that you would say stands out from your father's point of view?
I would say DRS, front and rear wing,
dear.
In 1966. Good to not hit each other.
Yeah, I'm glad about that.
That was good. Good driving. Look ahead, think ahead.
Yes, no kidding. 121, that's Sam McCord in the Huffaker Genie Mark IV. Yeah, sorry.
That's fine. That's totally fine.
So tell me more.
Think about it, that a hidden front wing, rear wing DRS, foot pedal operated in 1966, 67, really? 68, yeah. And
so effectively a forerunner to what we see in Formula 1 today.
Right.
Wow.
But the balance was easier because the front wing was inside the bodywork with the front radiator. And so you could actively pressure the front and rear together.
That is. And was it deemed as legal everywhere, or?
Oh, it became illegal, like most things. Most things Dad did.
Yeah. But that's motor racing.
Oh, it is.
People would say, "Oh, that's cheating," and it's like, no, that's what we call innovation. The beauty of motorsport is you're pushing the rules to the very limit.
White flag.
We have the white flag out. But yeah, you're pushing the rules to the very end, and sometimes going over it. And if you get caught, you get caught. But that's the game. You've just got to try and be quicker than the guys behind you. Yeah, that was that Huffaker that turned around there. Was the
another
Harry Genie.
Another second generation. Huffaker does some great stuff.
Yep.
So.
And of course, he too, one of the great innovators from American racing.
Right.
The name
I think
Huffaker.
they're up at Sonoma Raceway, if I'm right. So they do some great innovation.
And have been around doing this sort of stuff for forever and a day. Here's your leader.
Doesn't that McLaren look good?
Oh, it's fantastic, yeah. And it's great to have the CEO here to watch it as well. He broke down in his Jaguar a few moments ago.
Zach Brown started his career at my kart track in Oxnard.
Did he?
He was on a game show, won $3,000, bought a go-kart, took it to my track. So
wow, what a great story.
So
I hadn't realized that he won
since he was about, I think that he was probably 16, 17. So.
And he's, I was saying earlier, I wouldn't want to be Lando or Oscar because he's a pretty handy driver. And I wouldn't want to argue driving with him.
And he loves it, as you can see. And he's talking, I think, with Tom Christensen of doing something together in the near future.
Wonderful.
So, isn't that amazing?
Absolutely. And I was saying
he loves
earlier,
it. I mean, he runs at Long Beach. He loves the Trans Am cars. Of course, I think he brought 3 cars here, if I'm right.
Yeah, he's brought that Williams that he's in today many times. He's also bought some Le Mans cars as well. And ironically, it's only about 2 years ago I finally saw him in a McLaren Can-Am car.
He's got quite a collection, so he's done very well for himself, and McLaren's really on an up right now.
I can't believe the turnaround in the amount of time.
And those guys, both those drivers, are sets talents, so we got to finish.
We do, and of course it's no surprise that Richard Griot, who took the lead early on from the start, from the front row and from the pole in his M6A McLaren from 1967, takes the win ahead of Greg Hoff and AC de Agostine in third place. Well, thank you so much.
Honored to be here. We're very cool. They named the appropriate classes, the different drivers.
I think it's lovely.
And, it's a small world. John Morton's class, he used to race go-karts with me at my track, and I've known him forever. He's such a nice guy, and it's great to see the name classes. So look at this day.
I know. Beautiful. Well, you're listening to Jim Hall Jr., the son of course, the man we are absolutely in reverence of today, and many years of his fantastic career, Jim Hall.
I'm sure Dad is thrilled for all you guys and everyone loving and appreciating and enjoying the cars safely today. So we'll continue that. I look forward to it. And
come join us anytime in the weekend. Yeah, good.
Thank you. Thank you very
much.
Thank
you, Jim. We'll take a short break here from Laguna Seca, but why? It doesn't get any better than that. Jim Hall Jr. joining us here in the booth. We'll take a short break. We'll be right back from Laguna after this.
What path do you take? Out here, it's a whole world of paths. Now, if you ever find yourself stopping in your tracks, well, we think that's a good thing. Because that is where the right path can lead. This is Monterey County. Find your way here.
My dream has always been to compete at the highest level. Not for the love of fame or what comes with it, but to continue my family's legacy. On a team that puts winning in the driver's seat. Introducing the Acura Integra Type S HRC prototype. Born to win. Just like me.
Welcome back to the Rolex Monterey Motorsports Reunion. As you can see, calm before the storm. Some more racing coming up. I think we're turning to Group 10 next. So a nice little respite. Crowd starting to build and getting around the paddock. And as you can see, we've got the pre-paddock in the distance there. Trans Am cars coming up. Formula One cars. We've had a great display already of endurance cars. Massive group for that. We've had the small displacement, large displacement production cars as well. And we move on now. And this should be our exhibition class coming up. And following that, just give you a quick idea of what else we've got coming. We've got the Parnelli Jones Trans Am Trophy Race 1. But before we do any of that, let's head down once again to join Kev down in the paddock.
Lovely, thanks, Johnny. Well, we've come inside out of the California sunshine from Moto 2, and I feel like I'm on home turf with my pal Jim Owens from Ford USA, Ford Performance USA. You got a great stand here this year, Jim.
We are so excited here. I mean, what better place than Laguna Seca to show the car that it will be targeted as a sub-7-minute ring time car, 800 plus horsepower, and it's not 801. What better place to show it than here at Laguna?
Yeah, and it's just out front at the moment. We'll get a look at that at some point over the weekend for sure. But we're also here to talk about, well, a whole lot of things. Behind us, we've got the GTD, the GT3 rather, the Le Mans car, going well in Le Mans because you launched the GTD this time last year here.
Yes, and the GT3 is racing both in IMSA and WEC, and we had a podium finish at Le Mans. I actually went for the first time. It was
Englishman Harry Tinknell on the team. I know Harry well.
Love Harry, and he helped us reveal the car last year, and he will tell you how much fun it is to drive not only the GT3 but the GTD.
Lovely. And also as well, I'm going to welcome in a young chap called Marco as well, because you've got a youth initiative. Hiya, Marco. Good to see you, my friend. Thank you for stepping in, sir. I'll come to you in one moment. But, Jim, tell us about the youth initiative that Ford are running at the moment and showcasing this weekend.
So what we call it is FYI, or Ford Youth Initiative, where we go to events across the country like the Barrett-Jacksons, the Carlisles, events like here, the Historics or the Motorsports Reunion, where local students he's a local student at a community college and going through the technical education program in there. We want to expose them to the cool side of the automobile industry, the passion and energy that these kids put in to the vehicles, to the cars, to the mechanical side, has a home in events like this. And if we can start them younger to exceed and see what we're capable of doing, that their hard work generates, we think that we can, encourage younger people to participate in the automotive industry, and we're so glad to have you here up at Laguna Seca and watching the Motorsports Reunion.
Yeah, this is the future, Marco. Thanks for taking the moment to talk to us. I'll welcome you in. How's your day going so far? What have you been getting up to?
My day's been going good. I recently just got up and I was like, let's just go here. My teacher just asked me like, hey, would you like to come to us to this event at Rolex Motorsports? And then I heard that, you're going to take a hot lap in one of these. And I'm like, oh my God, am I really? He's like, yes, you should come with. And I was like, I can't wait. I'm going. I'm excited.
So the Hot Lap program, which he's talking about, we have the Ford Performance Racing School instructors. Yeah. When you purchase a Dark Horse or old school, the GT500 or GT350 or Mach 1, you get a full day at the Charlotte Motor Speedway with the instructors. So we brought out 2 of the dark horses, and we brought out 2 of our instructors who they're going to meet, Ronnie and Mike. And in between the race heats here, Barry and the team at the Speedway let us take out our young skulls full of mush on a hot lap ride, driving through the corkscrew in a dark horse 500 horsepower Mustang.
Is that still to come, Marco? Have you done that already?
I haven't done that yet.
Well, I can tell you this man organised for me to go out in a Mach-E GT back in 2021. It's incredible. Dropping down the corkscrew is like nothing else.
Life-changing.
It really is. It is. You're going to love that. But the program is all about opening your eyes to all worlds of the automotive industry. And so what way do you think you might be going? And what sort of things have you heard about today that maybe interest you?
I mean, I've heard a lot about the high performance, about like the new Ford GTD and all that stuff is, and I feel like it'll open a lot of doors for people who are looking for, let's say, like a good opportunity to maybe look into these like higher performance cars and working on them a lot more. And you know, it would be like definitely an eye opener for many people who are like, you know, asking themselves, hey, like what kind of like job I'm looking for, or like what kind of like fun I'm looking into. Maybe like they want to buy one of these or all that.
That's exactly it, because it doesn't have to be on the wrenches or on the spanners, as we say in the UK. You don't have to be a shop mechanic. There's a whole load of jobs that you can open your eyes to and you could be doing.
It's about pursuing passions, right? Where you have a passion surrounding the automobile industry and the various things that you do, from like the off-road that we do, King of the Hammers, to the track stuff that we do with the GT3, the Dark Horse R, the Dark Horse S. Exposing younger people to that is the way that we keep moving it forward.
Brilliant, Jim. Thanks ever so much. I think we'll wrap it up there because there's a whole host of people. And also, as well, excitingly, I think it's Group 9 going out next on track in a moment or two. Trans Am cars from 1966 to 1972. The Pony Car Wars. We were celebrating that back in 2021. Engines, the noise out there is going to shake our rib cages.
It's a visceral experience, and the thing that drew me in, where you had the old Javelins and the Camaros and the Mustangs competing out here. Hopefully a Mustang will come out in front again.
Well, I hope so too.
So then, as you can see, cars coming out on track. Now this should be our anniversary feature exhibition race, and if it is, we are in for a treat, because I have never, well, there has never, quite literally, been a collection of cars assembled like this, ever. And we are talking some pretty special cars. And to enjoy it with me, one man who knows his historics very well indeed is Andy Prill. He's joined me before in the past, and he's here in the booth again today.
Hello,
Andy,
everybody.
good to see you.
Yeah, very pleased to be here again.
Would you agree with that assessment that in a history of motor racing, we've never assembled such a prestigious group for this exhibition run here?
Yeah, I'd agree. Heritage displays have always been a feature at Monterey Historics, and this year I think we've surpassed ourselves thanks to our curator Ellen Brearley, and the owners of these wonderful machines. I don't think we've ever had a collection here like this, and every car is a significant part of our 50 years of historic racing here at Laguna Seca, which of course we're celebrating this year.
Yeah, and it really does. It is a who's who, and we go all the way back to 1924, a Bentley out there. We've got obviously American iterations of various different cars. Now, what I'm looking at here, that's the 96.
That's a Lotus 19. Fantastic car that raced out here. I think Dan Gurney raced it at Laguna Seca in period.
Yeah, we've got some, I mean, it's stunning, actually. I'm going through the list.
It's a smorgasbord, isn't it? You just don't know where to start. You know, it's ridiculous. The Indy Roadsters, the sports cars, the pre-war cars.
So, just introduce a little bit. You're in the program, but you're a Porsche man at heart. But Andy, what's your history with this event and with historical racing?
So I'm celebrating an anniversary. This is my 25th year at the Monterey Historics. I've been very, very happy to come every year and enjoy it. And for the last 5 or 6 years, I've been involved with the Advisory Council in organising and selecting various cars and different aspects of the event. You're all aware, I hope, that we had a very important day yesterday when the County of Monterey handed the running of the track to Friends of Laguna Seca. So we're all very, very excited and very optimistic about what's going to happen in the future.
Well, and kind of put that in perspective for us, because as we take a look at that Indy Roadster from 1962, just coming through shot a few moments ago, but tell us what that means to the local community of racers here on the West Coast.
Well, hopefully it means, firstly and most importantly, the security of the track and its heritage. Because, it's no surprise to anyone that being publicly owned wasn't the best option for the track. It's needed funding. And now we've got a green light to attract the kind of funding that is needed for investment in the infrastructure here.
Well, I mentioned that Bentley, and there it is, just below us from the drone. You can see it. Now we can see it a little bit closer, but that's 1924, folks. Yep, and it's original.
Wonderful car. Unbelievable.
I mean, what a battle axe. I went up close to it this morning, and you really don't. 3-litre. And built in 1924, owned, raced and driven by, is it Barnafield Racing?
Benjafield. Yes, Benjafield is a Bentley club in the UK, well, worldwide actually.
Yep.
And they do a lot to preserve the history and heritage of Bentley racing cars, especially from the pre-war. Well, they were owned in the pre-war era, except for the cars that came out in the 90s and 2000s. But fantastic car, great history. Start 24 was the start of the great adventure for Bentley, which led to 4 consecutive victories.
Yeah. And just just a marvel to look at. I looked at it up close. It's got the BRDC logo emblazoned on the side. And, of course, the British flag.
Yep.
British Racing Green.
Amazing to think what you can see on track, the evolution in relatively short periods of time from 1924 and before, and the Offenhauser engine Indy Roadster, incredible car. To think those guys barreling around Indianapolis in those things, incredible, really.
Yeah, and I think about a student, like say a 12-year-old, 13-year-old, looking to learn history, and instead of wandering around a museum and getting tired on your feet and sort of bored at looking at pictures, to actually go out and feel, smell, touch, look at, talk about to the drivers. That's what makes this sport so different.
Absolutely, and it's a sport we've got to attract more people to.
Right. And that's a need, not just a hope.
Absolutely. We're celebrating 50 years of historic racing, and the paddock's very healthy, as you can see, with some fantastic cars. But the future is dependent upon getting more young enthusiasts in. And that probably means we have to have slightly more modern cars that appeal to a younger generation, but that's all part of the evolution, and we'll be working on that for sure.
And this is the car that took first in the 24 Hours of Spa with Luigi Chinetti and Jean Lucas at the wheel.
The car that started their Le Mans adventure, 2-litre 12-cylinder, won the race, won Le Mans, and started a winning streak which lasted until Ford broke it in 1966.
That's right. Ferrari 166 MM from 1949.
Amazing little engine. You think the pistons in that motor are about the size of a cotton reel.
Are they really?
Yeah, it's a wild thing. Beautiful car.
Now, interestingly enough, this car was the first Ferrari to race and record a win in California.
Amazing.
That's what stuns me, is the fact that the preservation and the diligence to find, look after, reprocess, restore these wonderful cars. There's a Bugatti.
You have to be very dedicated, and I think everybody here, we should show our appreciation for the owners of these cars that have made the effort to preserve them and graciously allowed us to exhibit them in our heritage display. A little bit different this year. I think people will see the improvement. We're not using a tent. We're using a much more stylish display. And
I do like the way it's laid out,
Hopefully people can make their way over. All the histories of the cars are there, and hopefully have an opportunity to meet the owners as well.
Yeah, and that's a big part of it, is to be able to chat and to get your own sort of interview, as it were. Don't rely on us. Come down and see it. Look at that.
Yeah, Type 35 Bugatti is a thing of great beauty as well. A car that you could buy in the 30s and race almost anywhere, and many people did.
And raced with 2 people?
Yes, sometimes. More often with the Type 35 it would be 1. They were prolific in pre-war Grand Prix competition and races all over Europe. and they made it into America latterly.
Absolutely stunning, and I mean, it fits perfectly into this, and Ducati's history, second to none. And it just amazed me how these cars from so early an age still mechanically sound and still
it takes a lot of effort and sometimes a lot of money. Today we've got a few clashes with other events on the peninsula. Car Week is busier than ever, and hopefully you'll see more of these cars being demonstrated by their owners tomorrow, who are free from being at other events. So do watch out for that. Tomorrow's exhibition should be more cars out there to enjoy.
I'm just looking through my list, and I've got Chaparrals, I've got Porsche 935s, I've got the Nissan GTP. As we take a look at this little wonder.
Sadly, you won't be hearing the 2023 NASCAR Garage 56 entry at Le Mans. Apparently, it costs $120,000 to start the engine. And
that can be, precursive to.
The little MG Leonardo's, the Collier Collections car, which Miles Collier Sr. raced at Le Mans pre-war.
That's a fantastic shot from the drone. You don't often get to see that angle of coming up the Rahal Straight to the corkscrew.
That's the other thing about to see these cars here at Laguna Seca as well. This is a legendary circuit anywhere. And 50 years ago, the first historic race in North America took place here, and we're still going. And hopefully another 50 years will be in the record books. We probably won't be here to see it, though, unfortunately.
This car, one of 3 Captain George Easton's Dancing Daughters female class winning team at Le Mans in 1935.
Yeah, incredible. Incredible.
Amazing.
Part of the Collier Collections Museum in Naples, Florida. If you get the chance, I'd advise you go.
Yes, last victory was aboard the 1967 at Bridgehampton.
Amazing.
1950.
Yeah. Wow. Racing cars don't stay current for that long these days, do they?
It's great. I heard it earlier. Scott Decker was talking about having a stable of cars rather than horses. And I was like, yeah, but these are just as frisky.
Yeah.
When you give them a chance.
Indeed.
Well, thank you, Andy. Thank you so much for that was our first sort of view, and like you say, because there's lots of other events, and we've got 2 days, we'll have 2 runs of this exhibition class, and we've got a lot more cars to show you. Now, if you are here at the event, then come down to the paddock right at the top left of the screen there, and you'll see them all lined up there. And it's a walking history of everything that is four-wheel motorsport. Thank you, Andy Prill.
Thank you, my
we'll
pleasure.
take a short break, and we'll come back from Laguna Seca after this.
What path do you take? Out here, it's a whole world of paths. Now, if you ever find yourself stopping in your tracks, well, we think that's a good thing. Because that is where the right path can lead. This is Monterey County. Find your way here.
The feeling is electric. There's a buzz, an energy, a vibe. It doesn't matter what they did last time out. It's all about this race. Inches from the ground, inches from each other. Full send every lap. Now you might not know what's gonna happen, but on any given race day, you'll want to find out.
The NTT IndyCar Series returns to WeatherTech Raceway Laguna Seca on July 27, 2025.
Welcome back to Laguna Seca. We've got group racing from Group 9 coming up. But before we head to that, you'll have heard us talking this morning here at the Rolex Monterey Reunion about the future and about the friends of Laguna Seca. Well, big news for Laurie Eberhardt and her team, CEO of Friends of Laguna Seca. And earlier in the weekend, we caught up to announce, effectively, the big news.
Well, I'm really excited to say we're down here in the California sunshine, and I've just witnessed a little bit of history because the future of WeatherTech Raceway Laguna Seca is now set for the next 55 years, thanks to the friends of Laguna Seca. And the lady there is part of the team that's made it all possible is with you now, the CEO, Laurie Eberhardt. Laurie, great to see you. What a presentation. Just talk us through what we've just seen.
Sure, Kev. Great to be here. We just had a ribbon cutting and a handing over the keys for the new management contract that Friends of Laguna Seca is the new manager of the Laguna Seca Raceway. And we've got a 55-year agreement that we will be fulfilling and executing to really reimagine, reinvest, and refurbish this facility. You know, it's a beautiful piece of property. It's a beautiful part of the country. And because it's just been underfunded. And we've got the capital that we can raise. We've got some expertise that we can bring to the table, really start this new chapter and have another, 55 years of success here at Laguna Seca. So it's a really, really happy day.
Well, I'm all for that, and I'll tell you, having been to this event now and this racetrack 3 times in the past already, the next 55 years, I'm looking forward to all of them, if I'm still around. But you got some great names as well as part of the Board of Trustees who are making this all happen. We've just seen some of them on the stage. You're the CEO, but other names, all with provenance, just looking after the keys to this place.
We've got a great all-volunteer board. So it's Ross Merrill, who's a local agricultural person. We've got Bruce Canepa, who, as you know, is in the historics. We've got John Fiber, Ned Speaker, Gordon McCall, and then Jason Rederer. So we've got a great board that's volunteering 100% of their time. Really, really busy business folks that want to dedicate their time and their talents to making sure that this raceway stays around for 55 years. So it's very exciting, and a lot of people, as you know, in motorsports feel very passionately about Laguna Seca. It's got a worldwide reputation. It's one of the top 10 race courses in the entire world, the only one in the United States that's listed. It's also the #1 downloaded raceway on gaming systems, so it's got a global audience. People love this speedway, and I'm just happy to be a part of the future and how we can change it and upgrade it and bring it to a 5-star hotel level.
Yeah, listen, I tell you what, the future is in safe hands. I can't tell you that enough. But also as well, this event is this year, the Rolex Monterey Motorsport Reunion. Rolex has been looking after the event since 2010, but there's been historic racing here for 50 years. It's the 50th anniversary. It was 1974 when it all started. So there's a lot to celebrate this year, isn't there?
It's a lot to celebrate with the 50th year of the historics and the reunion, which is a unique lifestyle event. I mean, you just walk through the paddock area and you see all these cool cars.
It's very cool.
It's very cool. And everybody should be excited about it. But it has celebrating 50 years here of historics, one chapter, and now celebrating 55 years of the future is kind of the end of the bookends that we're celebrating.
It's a really
historic day.
It is. It's a really nice bookend. That's exactly how you put it perfectly there. Listen, Laurie, thank you ever so much. You're going to be very busy all weekend. I'm not going to take up any more of your time, but please do just enjoy it. And thanks for talking to us.
Thanks so much, Kev. I really enjoyed it. Thanks for being here.
No worries. Thanks, Laurie. Johnny, how about that? There are more cars going on tracks. I think we'll hand straight back to you, but oh boy, it's quite something down here in the paddock.
Yeah, no question about it, and I think we'll look back in history to that handing over of the keys and realise what an important time and what a cementing for the future of Laguna Seca, which, to be honest, as a visitor here for the last 20 years or so, I can say that, in any form of motor racing track, there's always things going on, whether it be finances, whether it be politics, whatever it might be. And Laguna's had its fair share, but it continues, and we look at something that is hugely part of that great history, Trans Am. I currently cover the modern day Trans Am, and it's just as electric as it is today. But before we cover this, I must mention the group that we are covering, and that, of course, is Parnelli Jones. And sadly, the man from Torrance, or at least he lived most of his life there, sadly passed away at 90, though it may be, and he said that his greatest racing was with Trans Am. And one man who could certainly pontificate on both Parnelli and Trans Am, of course, Ray Everingham joins me. Thank you so much. But would you agree that you know, Parnelli, we've got to sort of put that footnote. It's just a few months ago that we lost him.
It was, and we can't even put into words what the legend, what he meant to motorsports in general, whether that was IndyCar, Trans Am, even off-road. It did so much for so many drivers along. So it's great to see so many of the cars that he drove here today. You know, that Bud Moore Mustang right up front. This is one of the most exciting races that we come to see out here in Laguna all year long.
And these guys don't hold back. I mean, they may be original, you know, 67, 68, 70 cars, but I tell you what, they go as hard and fast as they did back in the day. Off comes the pace car. And Ray, before we get underway and we start getting into the nitty-gritty, who are you looking out for, or which particular car do you want to see in action?
Well, I'm going to tell you what, I'm excited about the AMC Matador. Big Penske fan. I've seen some of these Mustangs really go, but, you know, made a lot of money with Chevy, too, so I'm looking forward to seeing some of those Camaros come through.
Yes, you have. And away we go then. Parnelli Jones, Trans Am Trophy Race 1, 66 to 72, the heyday, the, if you like, purple patch for Trans Am, as we see the grey ghost going through all the original cars, and they still race just as hard as they did back in the 70s. And it was here back in 1970 at the first round of Trans Am that year that kind of everybody went and woke up and went, wow, Trans Am is here. We've got manufacturers, we've got money, we've got drivers, and it really just took off.
Oh, and it's exciting, and as you said, they run fender to fender, create a lot of noise, and this race brings out, there's several stars that we're watching right there. The Grey Ghost, that Pontiac, a famous car itself, but it's driven by a very famous race car driver's father, J.R. Hildebrand from IndyCar fame. His dad is driving that car, and then right behind him is Scott Joy, son of Mike Joy, the great TV announcer, who's also in the field. So even though it had some big names in the 60s and 70s, we've got some big names in those cars today.
Yeah, Mike Joy still at the top of his game, of course, in network television. I'm sure he'll be in action later this weekend. And I saw him actually came in to the booth in Lime Rock, as you did. We were celebrating IROC. How is that going?
IROC is really going well. We had that event out at Lime Rock. So IROC at Lime Rock was back after years as we watch John Hildebrand going around in the Grey Ghost there. But the reception that we got from the fans and the excitement about the brand, and we hopefully will have some very exciting announcements coming up as well. But we are full speed ahead to get IROC back on track some more.
Leading the way at the moment is that 1970 Boss Mustang, driven by Jim Haig, a multiple-time historic participant in many forms of different cars, but loves his Trans Am, always gets a drive somewhere in historic Trans Am. But leading the way at the moment, and the Boss 302 really set the scene, didn't it? You know, and those colours and that number 15, I see it in all the old photographs, but it's almost appropriate that it's leading.
Yeah, you know, but you look at what's neat about those cars. They are all original. They're in original colors, and that's what that made them so popular with the fans. Each manufacturer, the brands, the same cars that you could drive on the street. But I love looking at all the different colors and the livery of these cars.
When did you start getting interested? Well, let me ask you this. I mean, obviously you were a champion in your own right in Trans Am, but when did you get interested in racing?
Oh, I can't remember not being interested in racing. So as a child, you know, 7 or 8 years old, going to the local tracks around the New Jersey area, watching the open wheel cars primarily, midgets and sprint cars, modifieds. But because Roger Penske was right up the road in Pennsylvania, those Penske Camaros, the Sunoco Camaros, with Mark Donohue and those folks, that really got my attention. Started to follow some of the Trans Am racing because of that. And then Parnelli Jones, George Fulmer, and that Bud Moore team at that time, amazing.
You know, it's interesting. You know, I think of someone like Roger Penske, who, you know, is still going today, I may add. But, you know, amazing. We talk about the innovators like Jim Hall and so on. But Penske, his breadth, I had no idea when I first arrived in the States. I thought he was an IndyCar guy through and through, and it was him against A.J. Foyt and all the rest of it. But then when you start digging in, you realize it's vast what he got involved in.
You know, you look at Mr. Penske's footprint. You know, we said at an event that we did at Amelia Island, if you look out, very few people on the planet have as big a footprint that have affected motorsports over the past 50 years than Roger Penske. And, you know, he's still hard at it. You know, looking at the things that he's doing now with the Porsche and still working with the IndyCar and his NASCAR stock car team. Just amazing how he does it all.
Ken Adams out there, Ken Epsman also out there. Some great names I'm sure you've driven against and around, have been around. That AMC Javelin that Ken Epsman is driving, that number 2. You said you're a Javelin man. There it is.
Yeah.
Beautiful car.
Great looking car. You know, and Bill Auckland back there, right there, and another, that number 15. So the 15 and the 16 Boss Mustangs together, just like they were in 1969.
And Bill Auckland, another driver who's been around the historic Trans Am scene for a long, long time. There's Ken Epsman just behind him. I'm just looking who else is out there. We've got several numbers duplicates here, so we've got to be careful as to who's in what. But Patrick Byrne is in a Shelby Mustang from 1969. In second place.
These guys are driving these cars, and road racing is a lot about brakes. And to be successful in this vintage Trans Am, you got to know how not to use the brakes. They're keeping the temperature out of them. The regular standard old 4-speed transmissions, you know, no paddle shifts, no sequentials. These guys are really driving the cars like they were in the 60s. You see a little bit of smoke off those tires getting down in the corner.
Absolutely fantastic. And it's funny, you know, you talk to someone like a Tommy Dreese who owns some of these classic Trans Am cars and still drives in TA, of course. And, you know, what the pure DNA of Trans Am is still true today. Yeah. In that, you know, you talk to any of the modern day drivers, from Chris Dyson to Dreese to Adam Andretti, and they'll tell you that they're as pure to race today as they were as original production cars. And now we have the silhouettes, of course, the tube frame, but as race cars, without the gadgets, without the sort of help and aids, this was absolutely bum and foot.
Right, and that was a stock, to something that you could go on the racetrack with that basically was coming out of the showroom. Put your roll bars, put your seatbelt in it. Now, there were some guys, obviously, that modified some things and created some of the unwritten rules, you know, acid dipping bodies and doing things like that.
Well, just explain that, because there might be some people who really don't know that. That startled me when I first heard that. Because, as you say, these were production standard cars. You're meant to rip them out. It's meant to be standard. But, of course, motor racing guys are motor racing guys. They're going to work for every advantage. And they dipped them in acid to make them lighter.
Yeah, make them lighter. So, now, again, there was a minimum weight, but they dipped them in acid, made the overall car lighter so they could put the ballast. They wanted a little bit more rear weight or a little bit more right side weight. They had ballast that they could move around. So, some great innovations coming out of Trans Am that really were passed on to the street stuff.
I think I read a story about one particular steward or scrutineer leaning on one of the cars at Riverside and then finding the metal kind of just skipping down a little bit. And he went, that shouldn't happen.
Well, for quite a while, when the Penske car had the vinyl top on it, we figured that car had the vinyl top on it because the sheet metal may have gotten a little bit too thin on that one.
Ray, you raced against many of the greats in your era and continue to rub shoulders, obviously, with the guys you're working with now, some of the great legends of the sport. Who are you most excited to go wheel to wheel with?
Oh gosh, most exciting to go wheel to wheel with me. You know, I was very fortunate. Very, very fortunate, and when I started my career, to have driven with some of the greats, that went on to IndyCar and stock car racing.
Sure.
Jeff Bodine, Wally Dallenbach. You know, those are guys that I started with. Now, I tell everybody, got a little bit of that looks like it could be an oil issue.
I think that's Craig Conley in the 1970 Boss 302 to 25.
The starter of Black Flag will be taking a look at that to make sure he's not putting anything down on the racetrack. Now, I'm guessing that may be a temperature-related issue in a transmission or a rear end. Sometimes when they get hot, they blow a little bit of mist out of the vents. So depending on where the vent is in that Mustang, it may be a temperature-related issue.
And Adams just going through shot there.
But when you asked about the drivers, I was, again, very fortunate to have spent a large part of my career working with George Fulmer, who was master at driving one of these cars and many other cars. And you know, it was learned a lot from George about road racing. And back then, again, they have to use the clutch. So the heeling and towing and the way they matched RPM, amazing.
Yeah, you know, you talk about him and Parnelli Jones obviously teaming up with him. And, yeah, George Fulmer, one of the great storied drivers of the great Trans Am era of 68 to 72. As we take a look at the 96. And just looking who's driving that, that's Rick Jeffrey in the 67 Camaro Z28.
Yeah.
What's the hard thing about maintaining these sort of old cars, do you think?
Parts are difficult to get because they really have been pure to what they're doing. So, you know, certainly don't want to tear up any of the sheet metal on them. But you know, when you think about things, engine parts and combinations, we see actually Scott Joy coming up the inside.
He's pretty handy.
Nice there, yeah. Scott's come a long way with this, and I know that Mike Joy is very proud of him. Scott, then they give him a good wave. Hey, buddy,
come on by.
All clear, thank you. That was give him some room. Up. Let them know. Looks like Scott he might have a problem. Waving everybody by.
Oh, well.
Coming in.
Yeah. Well, not too long on track, but at least enough time to get into problems if there are some to be made. We're looking at the 19. Just looking up.
1969 Camaro, Joshua Fieber.
Fieber, okay.
Yeah. You know, as those tires are getting some temperature in them, getting some pressure built up, we see the rear end of those cars hanging out a little bit. Those guys are losing a little bit of traction as it's getting slick, not afraid to drive them sideways.
I think another thing that was huge for Trans Am's success was it was sort of right time, right place, and one of the rare times, and you know this as a guy that promotes now and puts these things together, where manufacturers actually put their money where their mouth was. They wanted to sell on Monday, they wanted to race on Sunday, but once they realized what they had here, that's why Trans Am became so popular and why it attracted the world's top drivers, not just Mark Donohue from the States, but as you mentioned, Vic Elford and many, many others.
Well, and it attracted stars from all over the world, like Peter Revson and Jackie Ickx and people that actually came over and ran some of these races.
And Jackie won the first race, I think.
Yeah. So and you could go to the showroom, and in the parking lot there were lots of Camaros, Mustangs, Javelins because of this racing.
Yep, and it truly was, something that you would take to the shops on a Monday, but to see it racing on a Sunday just gave it that sexiness that everybody wanted to be part of it, men, women, you name it, and it just became such a sought-after series. The crowds here at Laguna would be 70, 90,000 to watch these guys back in 1970. So it's still Joshua Fieber leading the way from Patrick Byrne and Jim Haig. We've been looking at Phil Auckland in 5th place at the moment, chasing down Chad Renault. And he's in 4th, but it's a pretty close race. Look at this. Wonderful stuff.
And again, you see a lot of position changing as the tire pressure goes up or the tire temperature goes up. It could be going back to the braking we talked about. The guys that were fast early may have used up a little bit of braking.
Now, we mentioned IROC, and what I find fascinating is that you're not only bringing back something that, is a long time gone, but still very much loved and revered, but you've also managed to pull out of retirement some of the drivers of the day, which amazes me because you'd think that they'd know better, but then they're racing drivers just like yourself. They can't get enough of it.
It's been great response. I've gotten calls from a lot of the drivers that I worked with at IROC in the 80s, and I was with Danny Sullivan and Scott Pruitt yesterday, both of them keen to do it. Willie Ribbs called me this morning.
Typical.
So lots of guys. So again, big interest to get those cars back out on the track and get some time on. Oh, it looks like our Javelins had a problem
the
there.
Javelin, slightly askew.
Ken Epson.
Yeah, in 5th at the moment, but obviously losing out several places there.
So you asked me at the beginning about the Chevrolets, and it looks like we've got a couple of Camaros up front now. The Fords had run away a little bit early, but got a couple of Camaros up front.
Yep, that was Robert Canepa I was looking for in the 81. Yep, Bruce Canepa also here and part very much of the furniture, so to speak. Coming out of turn 11. Last turn here, everybody going nice and wide, pushing now. Fiber still leading from Renault and Hay. Joshua Fiber there, now in traffic, of course, so this is going to slow him down a bit, make it a bit more interesting. There he is. What would you say is the best year for the Chevrolet in Trans Am?
Oh,
I
think in 1969 the Fords beat up on them pretty good. So I would have said the 67, 68 Camaro, they were strong in those years. And then they got those Fords running really well, 69, 70. And then, of course, along came the Javelins. That happens to be a 69 Camaro. Nice body style. I'm kind of partial to the 68 because that's what I drove in high school.
There you go. Yeah, it's interesting, and while we are looking back at history and back to the late 60s, early 70s when we look at this, just remember a championship that began in 1966 is still running today in modern terms and is the longest road racing series in American history, and that says something to be going 58 years. Pretty impressive. And yeah, it's ups and downs, and it's slow times, and it's good times.
And if you did a little bit of research, went back to the libraries, looked in some of the books or internet, you would see many of these same cars and what a big impact that they had on the sport, including the Grey Ghost that we saw there in the beginning, the Pontiac GTO built by Herb Adams and his group. And when you look at just an amazing car, fully restored, and as we get to White Flag, but again, driven by IndyCar driver J.R. Hildebrandt's dad.
Yeah, no kidding. Pretty impressive. Yeah, that Grey Ghost has always interviewed me. 64 Pontiac Tempest was prepared and raced in 1971's Trans Am Series, and here it is again. So a nice little race right at the front end, the sharp end of this one. Fiber, Byrne, and Renault.
It's going to get quite dicey here as they're headed to the checkered flag.
Yep, I think a lot of people want this one. He's done a good job so far.
Yeah.
Joshua's doing a really good job, but he's under pressure now.
Yeah, looks like
Renault.
Patrick Byrne looks like he might have cooled his brakes off a little bit. He's caught our second place car. We got a pass for the lead right there.
Oh, that is nicely done. Patrick Renault, Chad Renault taking the lead on the last lap, going up the hill. Nicely done. But it is a four-way battle for the win.
Putting us
into the corkscrew for the final time. Quick look up the inside of the 64. Chad Renault then, on his way.
We had another swap for the lead there.
Yeah, this is great.
Oh, and here comes Pat. Mustangs now. Mustangs moved back up into second.
So here we go then. For the final time. Here they come. And a great close race. Sideways by some of them on the final corner. But it is going to be the number 19 that takes the checkered flag of Joshua Fiber in the 1969 Chevrolet Camaro.
Wow. They put on a heck of a show, to see that many big old American V8s running around there.
Spinning Andretti.
Little issue there.
Well, he did it at the right time when nobody else is in the way. That's Nelson Calais there in the 69 Chevrolet. So, Joshua Fiber, Patrick Byrne, and Bill Auckland, and alongside me, Ray Evering, one of the busiest men in American motorsport. Done it all, and another one of the great legends. And I wish you luck in IROC.
Thank you very much. Always a pleasure.
Good to see you. Feel free to come back and enjoy us and regale us.
One of these
Small
days,
stories.
maybe we'll get a late night TV show or something.
I think we should.
I think we should too.
I think we should do it. I feel it coming. I'll hold you to that.
All right. Take care.
Thanks a lot, Ray. Let's head down to Kev Harris.
Lovely, thanks, Johnny. What a spot this is. We are at the, midway down the corkscrew. I was going to say at the top of it, but the top of it is just over there. And I've got a man stood alongside me who knows it so well because he grew up just the other side of that tree over there. President of the Friends of Laguna Seca, Ross Merrill. Ross, what a great story that is. Your family home is literally just the other side of that tree over there.
It's literally 4 miles from the apex of turn 11. And I've been coming up here since I was a little kid. And I was just fascinated with this place and what was going on here my entire life.
Yeah. And we have just seen one of the best spectacles that you could ever hope to see. Historic period Trans Am cars, a whole fleet of them coming down it. The noise is deafening and the sight and the sound, it's like nothing on earth.
Yes, and I remember those cars when they were new, so that tells you how long I've been watching this stuff.
But this is an iconic spot. When people around the world talk about Laguna Seca, first thing that comes out of their mouth is the corkscrew. Oh boy, the corkscrew.
What an iconic corner.
Yeah.
There's nothing like it anywhere in the world.
Yeah.
And to see it is to believe it, and what more is to experience it.
Yeah.
But coming up here and being this close to the cars and seeing them change direction so quickly like that, going down 3-4 stories in elevation, it's incredible. There's nothing else like it.
Well, I was lucky enough, I think it was 2021, the guys at Ford got me hot laps in a Mustang Mach-E GT, and so I've done that. And when you come over the brow, whoever's driving it just has to trust in pointing at one of these trees because they can't see the apex of the corner where you're going to go next.
Yes, exactly. I've been driving this track since the mid-'80s. In fact, my race was earlier this morning.
Right.
And when we come through here and hit that first apex, all you see is the tops of those trees over there. And then the track just kind of comes up as you go down. And it's exciting. It's really exciting.
And how did you get on this morning? Quick word about how you got on out on the track.
Well, we were right after the big grease sweep episode, so it was very slippery.
Yeah.
But it was a good race, good clean race, no yellow flags, so we all made it through just fine.
Well, good to hear. Safe racing, fun racing. It's what the fans have come here to see. But also as well, an exciting time yesterday. I was in the Paddock area when we had the whole ceremony handing over the keys to Laguna Seca, to the Friends of Laguna Seca. Tell us about that.
Yes, we're extremely proud to be able to say we're finally, in control of this iconic raceway. It's been a long journey. There's been some bumps in the road, but we finally achieved what we set out to do, and that was we created our local nonprofit to answer the needs of this place, and it's taken us a little over 8 years, but we negotiated a long-term 55-year contract, so now we are in control. The community of Monterey County is the big winner here because we're coming in as an all-volunteer board, providing the leadership and all the resources not only to operate this place, but to maintain and improve it long-term. So day one, the community wins. And as we develop this and reinvent this park and reinvest in it, it just means more to our community. And that's our singular purpose. We don't have any other racetrack that we're working on. It's only Laguna, and that's our focus. And we couldn't be happier to finally be in the position to start making our dreams and our vision for this place a reality.
Yeah, because the effects of this are going to spread far and wide around the community. And what I'm learning is already very quickly, having met you, having met Laurie Eberhardt yesterday, and knowing that Bruce Canepa's involved, you guys getting together, the right people are at the head of this.
Yes, it's a very passionate group, and we come from different backgrounds, but we all share that same passion and vision for this place. And because we come from different backgrounds, that makes us stronger as a unit. And so together with the current operator, A&D Norigi, the team of volunteers, and all the employees here at WeatherTech Laguna Seca Raceway, we have nowhere to go but up. And we're very excited about it.
Yeah, I'm sure you are. And sometimes they do go up because you're doing the hill climb up the corkscrew these days as well. And that's proving very popular, isn't it?
Yeah, that's pretty. And we even participated a little bit in my agriculture roots. We entered a tractor and we went back. My son Jonathan drove it up the hill, and it's down there in the display right now. But it was quite a sight to see a big tractor go backwards up this hill.
And what about this year as well, the event here, 1974 to 2024, we're celebrating 50 years of historic sports car racing in Monterey. It's been since 2010 that Rolex, have been sponsoring it. But what a great anniversary this is as well, 50 years of doing this.
50 years of an event that's popular worldwide. People come from all over to visit Monterey Peninsula for Car Week, and Laguna Seca plays a big role in that, and it really was at the beginning of all of the Car Week, that and the Conqueror. So our mission is to improve this place and bring the standard up to what you might find elsewhere on the peninsula, so it becomes even more integrated into Car Week.
Yeah, fantastic. When are you out racing again? You got another one this afternoon or tomorrow? You getting back behind the wheel?
No, I had my race for today. Okay. Tomorrow I'll be racing around 4 o'clock.
Right, 4 o'clock. Johnny, keep your eyes out for this man, president of the Friends of Laguna Seca, Ross Merrill. Thanks ever so much. 4 p.m. out on track. We'll have our eyes on you. Thanks for talking to us, Ross.
Thank you very much. It's been a pleasure.
Now, we're going to take a short commercial break, but when we come back, those iconic and hilarious, bone-shakingly fun ragtime races will be going around here at Laguna. We'll see you after this.
My dream has always been to compete at the highest level. Not for the love of fame or what comes with it, but to continue my family's legacy. On a team that puts winning in the driver's seat. Introducing the Acura Integra Type S HRC prototype. Born to win, just like me.
What path do you take? Out here, it's a whole world of paths. Now, if you ever find yourself stopping in your tracks, well, we think that's a good thing. Because that is where the right path can lead. This is Monterey County. Find your way here.
The feeling is electric. There's a buzz, an energy, a vibe. It doesn't matter what they did last time out. It's all about this race. Inches from the ground, inches from each other. Full send every lap. Now you might not know what's gonna happen, but on any given race day, you'll want to find out.
The NTT IndyCar Series returns to WeatherTech Raceway Laguna Seca on July 27, 2025.
So, I've been working with Piloti for quite some time now. Working with them, it feels like being part of such a dynamic team. I mean, directly compared to normal shoes, what you instantly feel is you have way better pedal feel. I feel extremely humbled because getting to drive a car like this is something so unique and so special to me, and it just sparks pure joy and energy. Like, in the morning you're tired, you didn't have coffee, you get in this car, like you turn on the ignition, it fires up, and you're like, boom, okay, that's it. I'm up for it, I'm pumped, let's bring it on. And it's just pure joy, excitement, and energy to drive such a special car like the GT Tour S.
Welcome back to the Rolex Monterey Reunion. Motorsports Reunion for 2024 here at the WeatherTech Raceway, Laguna Seca. The wind is getting up, which is cooling things down a little bit. Crowd starting to form and starting to get purvey some of the goodies that we have on offer here throughout the venue. And we now have something very, very special for you. Certainly I am a huge fan of this, because often when you start to look at the history of any sport or any particular subject, you want to see the whole thing. And luckily with motorsport here in America especially, we have this group, an exhibition group called the Ragtime Racers. I'm hoping to be joined by Brian Blaine in a moment. But these are quite literally how it all began, because even though it's an exhibition and they don't race hard and they just get out there, these are original cars, from Packards to Hudsons to Ford board track racers. Yes, these were the original racing cars of yesteryear. Some of them two-seaters, because back then we used to race with two people, one as a spotter and a starter, and effectively a human as a mirror, before Ray Haroon won the first ever Indy 500 back in 1911, and he had the first mirror. Here we go, taking a look at the National Indy Racer, John McKenna at the wheel of that, number 20. I've actually been in that car around Sears Point or Sonoma, and it was a thrill of a lifetime, I have to be honest. Really exciting stuff, and it I'll tell you what, we may have been only going about 50 miles an hour, but boy, when you realize how there he's also pumping the fuel there to make sure that the pressure is kept up. And I said that Brian Blaine might join me. It looks as though he has just walked in. And he's coming in right now. But yeah, just incredible. I took a ride in this National Indy car a few years ago, and it was a thrill of a lifetime. It really was. And I tell you what, when you're in one of these open wheels cars, it certainly feels a lot faster than it does when you're watching it on television. And I would have thought, luckily I didn't go down here, but I would have thought it'd be quite hairy down in that number 20. But they are looking very steady going down the famous corkscrew. Let's bring Brian in. Brian, everybody out safe?
It looks like just about everybody made it.
Good. How is the Ragtime? I love the Ragtime Races. Let me say that first and foremost. I think it's a fantastic job that you guys do, the entertainment that you put on, and we'll see that over the weekend. But like I said, what I love about it is, yes, we have this vast history of racing, and we're celebrating half a century. But these cars, this is where it all began. And while this is exhibition racing, it's still as absolutely relevant as anything out there today.
You know, it's amazing what we started with back then and we forgot.
Yeah.
I mean, in 1914, there were cars with dual overhead cams, 4 valves per cylinder, and hemispherical heads. And we think we invented all that stuff in the 50s and 60s, but hey, these guys had it figured out way back then. We just forgot about it or didn't pay attention to it.
And you guys you do exhibitions around the country. I've been to many events where Ragtime have put on their show, and so now it's become a full-year passion, hasn't it?
This year we'll do 6 events. We just finished 4 events back east, 2 of them at Indy, 1 at Road America in Wisconsin, and 1 at Pittsburgh just 2 weeks ago. And now Monterey, and in about 3 weeks we'll be up at the Ironstone Concours, where we'll be racing on a dirt track up there.
Wonderful. Ed Archer out there in the Ford T Racer, but so many. Is there anybody you want to draw people's attentions to that might be seeing Ragtime for the first time?
Well, you know, every car is so different. You know, that's one of the things about the old race cars is, unlike today's spec racers, so to speak, these cars, every one is so unique. Even the 2 or 3 Model Ts that we have out here running, Ed Archer in this one in particular, is so different from some of the others. That car will do 100 miles an hour.
Really? Well, I love how the passenger leans. It's genuine, isn't it? You have to lean one way or the other.
Otherwise, it feels like you're getting thrown out of the back of a pickup truck going down the freeway.
Yeah.
You know.
How hard is it to maintain these? Because I know there's a lot of love given.
You know, they require a lot of maintenance, and you know, there's no parts available to speak of. When something breaks, if you're lucky to find an old part that repaired, great. But usually, what you end up with is having to make something from scratch.
And do you stick with a core of cars, or are you always looking for parts and always looking for potentially another car to join the fray?
Always looking, and we've got lots of people who are now restoring cars and looking for cars so that they can join with this. It's become very popular in the last few years.
Yeah, no question, and I kind of have seen it kind of grow in front of my eyes over the last 5 years or so. And like I said, I always think it's a huge addition to any historic event. And like you said, if you are a child or a teenager coming to a motor race interested in the history of how the car came to be and what those innovations were, to start at this point, and in fact they should almost put the Ragtimes out as the first cars, because you really do get a smorgasbord of the history of both the car and motor racing, and it starts with these Ragtime cars, and I really do envy what you guys do. It's amazing.
And they evolved so fast. The difference between 1910 and 1915 is the equivalent of 30 or 40 years today. They didn't, there were no standards. Some companies had their own bolt sizes, their own thread sizes. Packard decided they're just going to do their own. And everything was so unique. This is Dick DeLuna and Hall Scott. This is actually powered by an aircraft engine, a Hall Scott airplane engine from World War I.
Yeah, and that's another thing to point out, and we've talked about this over the years, you and I, Brian, is that why these large front-engine cars were so designed is that was, in the day, back in the early teens and the 20s, the major engines, because airplanes were coming into existence, the most powerful engines you could get was an airplane engine, hence the design kind of went around that engine.
Yeah, and they found out real quick after World War I that airplane engines were lighter and more powerful, and in many cases they would find a frame that was suitable and find a surplus war airplane engine and stick it in it. And the car that I was going to be driving today, had it not broken its clutch, is powered by a 555 cubic inch aluminum Sturdivant engine. And unfortunately it broke the clutch on Wednesday, so I'm sitting out the rest of the weekend.
Yeah, that Hall Scott racer, steel and aluminium, as you can imagine, and wire wheels. The Hall Scott Engine Company was a primary aircraft engineers builder, as you said, in Emeryville, California, and of course in Indianapolis as well, as we take now a look at the 33. That's a Duesenberg.
This Bobby with the Duesenberg. Bobby just finished up restoring this last year. He ran one race last year, and he's run 4 races with us this year. Wonderful car. Not a lot of old Duesenbergs out there racing.
No. Straight 8-cylinder, 260 CI overhead, cam modified firing order with dual Winfield carbs and Eisman aircraft Magneto. There you go.
And a beautiful car with a deep, dark belly pan that's down below the car. Makes it a bit challenge getting it in and out of trailers, but the lower center of gravity makes it corner much more effectively than some of the cars that are sitting so high.
Not necessarily this car, but a Duesenberg driven by Jim Murphy won the 1921 French Grand Prix, the first American to do so. There you go.
That's right.
So don't think the Americans just came into the sport, back in the 50s with Phil Hill. No, they were winning the French Grand Prix back in 1921. And, of course, they won at Indy in 22, 24, 25, and 27, the Duesenberg. So they've obviously, at home, had a huge storied history as well.
Number 21 is a Hudson. And Hudson, in 1916, set the world's 24-hour speed record. And at that time, the fellow who drove it in that particular event was the fastest human on Earth, because he had gone farther in 24 hours than any other human being on Earth, including airplane pilots and the like. And it was driven by, originally in the speed trials, by Ralph Mulford, who was a professional driver and drove for lots of different car manufacturers over the years.
It says, unfortunately, the Ralph Mulford Super 6 Hudson race car no longer exists, but this car was painstakingly restored to the exact same spec as the original car.
This was a Hudson race car. We didn't know its race history, and we knew that the Mulford car no longer existed. So from drawings and pictures and any photographs that we could find, we recreated the body on this to match the one that Ralph Mulford drove, in 1916 in the world speed record.
Looks absolutely glorious. I mean, immaculate, isn't it?
Hudson was unique. They were one of the first companies to come up with a balanced crankshaft, which allowed them to rev cars from 1,800 RPM up to as high as 3,000 RPM, which gave them more power, gave them more range, more top speed. By comparison, that at 2,800 or say 3,000 RPM compared to the Hall Scott that we were looking at, the Hall Scott red lines at 1,200 RPM, which today most cars idle at 1,200 RPM.
He is not holding back either. Look at that.
No,
it's beautiful.
It's a quick car, and he's a good driver.
And he's chasing down that Duesenberg quick. Thrill for the passengers out there, but most of them are put to work, I may add, either pumping, just describe what the passenger does. Besides the lean we were talking about earlier, they've got a few jobs to do as a passenger.
Yeah, they do. The driver's pretty busy. You know, you've got both a handbrake and a foot brake, and you're trying to shift at the same time, and seldom have time to even look at the gauges. So the riding mechanic's doing two rather important things. One is he's pumping air into the fuel tank, which pressurizes the fuel tank, and that pushes fuel into the engine. And it also pushes oil into the engine on long distance races. We don't normally have that issue on these short races. He's also watching the gauges, and if he loses oil pressure or he'll notify the driver. He's watching for cars that are overtaking. There's no mirrors on these cars, so most of them have a hand signal process where they'll tap him on the knee and put a finger in front of his helmet telling him that a car is coming on the right or the left. And of course, back in the day when they had long distance races like Indianapolis, they were riding mechanics. They called them mechanicians back in the day. They had to change the tires. They had to fill the tanks with oil and gas, and so it was a busy job for a riding mechanic.
1,730 nationals built in 1911, including this one.
This car is actually this is a 1911 National. National started out in 1900 building electric cars.
Which is ironic.
Yes. And in 1905, when the quality of fuel got better, they switched to building gasoline-powered automobiles. One of the founders of the company, a fellow by the name of Test, is the driver of this car's great-grandfather.
Wow.
The driver of this car is Charles Test, and his great-grandfather was the founder of National Car Company. And this car is called a Speedway Roadster. National won the Indy 500 in 1912, but up to that time, they had won races all over the U.S. They were the car to beat. So they came out in 1911 with what they called a Speedway Roadster, which was essentially a race car that a gentleman could buy, take the fenders off, and go racing. And that's what this car is.
Yeah, just imagine, folks, that is the same Indy 500 that you watch year in, year out. But think about this, 1912, 500 miles and over the bricks, average speed 78.2 miles per hour. That's incredible when you think about it.
Yeah, and it was a 7-hour race. The 1911 race, the very first race, was a 7.5-hour race. They had to make pit stops every 30 minutes because the tires were just shredded after 30 minutes. They were such poor quality rubber back then. And they were losing so much oil because there were no oil rings on the cars. They would smoke. Most of what you see in the old pictures isn't dust. It's actually oil smoke.
Oil smoke, yeah. Interesting. So when you are when you are getting and fettling these cars for display like this, an exhibition like this, what is the pitfall? What is the one thing that, that is kind of an Achilles heel, if you will? Is it leaks? Is it things like that?
It's really a little of everything. Metallurgy wasn't that good, and the metal is over 100 years old, and so a lot of them are just they're ready to break. And we take a lot of precautions. Most of these cars have new front wheel spindles because the original ones almost always break within a short period of time. But the ignition systems were running on old magnetos that are over 100 years old, and things wear out. Bearings and all of that are always wearing quickly because they're made out of Babbitt rather than modern bearing material. So wear and tear on these is quite rapid. Number 16 is the oldest Packard race car in existence. Packard has a history of some really successful cars over the years. But this particular car was found in Argentina back in 1950 and was restored as a race car as it was originally.
And Packard built cars for 3 decades.
They were around a long time, clear up until the 50s.
So it was still in racing configuration when it was found, huh? Interesting.
Number 7 is a Lexington. Lexington in 1920 took first and second place in the Pikes Peak Hill Climb. And
again, no mean feat to get up that.
No. And this particular car, after the Pikes Peak win, they took the cars and put advertising on the side of them. And this was common of a lot of the manufacturers. They would put advertising on it and drive the winning car around the U.S. to all the dealerships to promote the sales. Win on Sunday.
Well, there you go. I got about to say.
Sell on Monday.
You started a lot. Yeah. I'm now beginning. The more I learn, the more I realize there is nothing new. These guys were doing it all before. Well, Brian Blaine, thank you so much for coming in. Feel free to come in again tomorrow. Or send one of your brethren up. We'll have to have them.
I'll see you tomorrow. Thank you.
Thank you so much. We'll take a short break, but that's the first exhibition from the Ragtime Racers. Certainly one of the most popular groups here, without a doubt, and certainly one of my favorites. We'll take a short break. We'll be back from the reunion after this.
What path do you take? Out here, it's a whole world of paths. Now, if you ever find yourself stopping in your tracks, well, we think that's a good thing. Because that is where the right path can lead. This is Monterey County. Find your way here.
The feeling is electric. There's a buzz, an energy, a vibe. It doesn't matter what they did last time out. It's all about this race. Inches from the ground, inches from each other. Full send every lap. Now you might not know what's gonna happen, but on any given race day, you'll wanna find out.
The NTT IndyCar Series returns to WeatherTech Raceway Laguna Seca on July 27, 2025.
This is the show where two pros in two different worlds come together in Monterey, California. Today we pair professional race car driver ready for his race at Laguna Seca with a local soccer star from Monterey Football Club. This is Monterey Pro v Pro.
Hey, how are you?
Good.
Mason.
Nice to meet you, Pierce.
Nice to meet you. So what are we up to?
Yeah, so we're here at Cardinale Stadium, home of Monterey Bay FC.
It's beautiful out here.
Yeah, this is a really nice area. The stadium's only a couple years old and the team's new to the league, so really excited about what we're building here in Monterey for the soccer community.
That's cool.
So if we're gonna play soccer, we gotta do it right. Here's a little gift from the club. Hope you enjoy it.
Let's check it out. Oh, check that out. It's got the race number and everything. That's pretty sick.
How comfortable are you out here on the field?
Dude, I haven't played soccer probably since I was in 6th grade.
Okay.
Yeah,
well,
it's been a long time. So.
Hopefully we can improve your game today.
Yeah, I hope so.
Point of the stroll, we're gonna work on ball control. So let me show you how it's done.
Getting fancy on me.
Just like that.
All right. P1, I already screwed it up. Oh, I missed. I missed. It's worse than you thought.
It's good enough. We'll give him a good passing grade, but barely. All right, so now we're gonna give you a couple shots from the penalty spot. See if you can score on me in the goal.
You need gloves?
I don't think so. I saw you shooting. I think I'm fine.
See how it goes. See, he knew it was coming.
That's pretty good. That was good, though. I actually had to save it.
Hey, man, it's easier than the control part.
All right, last one. Game on the line.
I was going for the corner. Well, now I gotta see how you do it. Wait, am I actually supposed to block these? I'm nervous, man. I saw the kicks earlier. If it's coming too hard, I'm not even gonna go for it.
I won't shoot it that hard.
Oh. Oh. Can you at least call it for me if I have a chance?
Tell you which way I'm going?
Yeah.
All right. You're left.
All right. Man, that was a blast.
Yeah,
Thank
it
you.
was fun.
Yeah.
Thanks for coming out.
Dude, I could come out and watch a game. Where should I get some tickets?
Yeah, you can look on our website, just Monterey Bay FC, and then in any of our social media, it's the same thing, Monterey Bay FC. So
Sweet.
come out, yeah, we'll show you a good time.
Thanks for giving me some tips out there, man. I think I need another like 10 years of training, but let's take it over to Laguna Seca and I can show you a little bit of my office.
Sounds good. Let's do it. What's up, man?
What's up, dude? How are you?
Good. Good to see you.
Good to see you. Yeah, so we're here at WeatherTech Raceway Laguna Seca. It's one of the most famous tracks in the world. It's really cool. It has a 5.5-story drop right there in the middle, and this thing's the Hyundai Elantra N. It's kind of like the race car that I raced that we won last year in, and man, the grip it has around here is insane. What we're gonna do is we're gonna run through some autocross courses here, then we're gonna hit the track and take you down the corkscrew.
Cool, I'm ready for it. Let's do it.
But if you're gonna be a race car driver, you gotta do it right.
Look at
Here's the
this.
suit.
Thanks, man.
All
Gotta
right.
throw this on. How's the suit look?
Looks good, man. You're looking proper. So we have a little autocross set up. You're gonna take this Hyundai Elantra N through it. So I'm gonna take you for a rip, and then you're gonna jump in there and show me how to do it. The goal is do not hit any cones and go as quickly as possible.
Okay. Damn. I will not be doing that fast. Getting close to it.
So,
yeah.
looks like you're up.
Good to go?
Yeah, good to go.
All right.
All right, then you got hard left here, and then left, and then accelerate, and then hard on the brakes. There we go.
Okay.
Let's go. I'm gonna coach him down to a sub 20. Let's go. Let's take a short break, then we'll head over to the track.
Sounds good. See you there.
Ready?
Yeah, let's do it.
Let's go. I guess you haven't been on a racetrack before. This is crazy. Pretty calm. Yeah, I'm just trying to be cool. Pit lane. Wow.
That was crazy. I didn't know what to expect, but that was crazy.
All right, so here we are, top of the corkscrew, and this is one of my favorite places to watch the race, and you can kind of see all the way to the bay.
Yeah, it's awesome up here.
You play like right over there, right?
Yeah, not too
A
far.
mile away.
Yeah, not too far. How can I come and support you race?
So you can check out WeatherTechRaceway.com. You can go to any of the races during the 2024 season, but you got to come to the IMSA one. It's awesome. Last year we were able to win here at my home track, and hopefully we can do it again.
Awesome.
So at the end of the race, if you're on the podium, you get to spray some champagne. Okay. So take your thumb. You're like a garden hose. All right, you're gonna give it a good shake and start shooting it. There you go. They usually do a cheers.
Cheers.
This is Monterey Pro v Pro.